right. Oh. Yeah. No radio today. I was busy. All right. Hello, everybody. Hello, radio ID scans and other. Good to see you. Make sure I got my camera on. Okay. Why is it look like this? Wow. Let me see something. Hold up. Hold up. Got to check something. Now I have to check something. Let me mute the audio over here for a second. I think it just does this because yesterday I had an issue with well, not yesterday, before yesterday. Let me check something. I know I'm gonna get myself up. I'm gonna mute. Oh, mute. Okay. Let's see. All right, it's fine. Okay, it's just the it's just hello Sanjay and hello James Farley. How's it going? And hello and welcome everybody. Broadcasting here from Yonkers, New York, USA. I'll be on for the next couple of hours and talk about radio related topics. And then after that, otherwise, if I get more people in here and so on. And I'll be here on Saturdays at 3 o'clock Eastern. And then the first of the month, the first Saturday of the month when Jules is on, official SWO channel, when he's on, I'll try to be on earlier than that, or I may just do that Sunday instead. But that's the schedule for now. Saturdays at 3 o'clock Eastern. So welcome everybody. Okay. And right now the weather's nice. It's out there 76 degrees. It's cloudy, but it's a nice wind. It's a little windy, but it's actually it's much better than it was last week. And yeah, so last week I was talking about this guy. And the antenna, what's the antenna? I saw there. I just want the antenna replacement. Where is it? Let me get the antenna replacement. Where did I pause? Right here. Okay. So I got good news about this. So when I was in Indiana, at a local Goodwill, I purchased this. We purchased this weather radio. This is the Midland WR100. Now this radio is notorious for going bad. So you're gonna see when you go to a local Goodwill, you're probably gonna run into these. It was $2.90. We paid about $2.99. $2.99. Luckily there is a fix for this. What happens is I couldn't test it. I accurately tested with the. Of course, last week I talked about the antenna. This is the antenna for the other one, the one that I plucked out, because this one, the antenna is broken. So you can see it's broken. I don't have to zoom in for that, but you can see it. It's broken. So this is the other one that they were selling, but it was all yellowish, and this bezel kept falling out. And that one they were asking for $3.99, but the antenna came out. So I got the antenna for that one. Okay, so that's fix number one. We've replaced the antenna. Number two, when I turned this on, it made it, when I would put it on the frequency to listen to the weather bank, I would get a squealing noise. It would just squeal, like a squealing. No audio, no weather channel, no nothing. After I did some digging online, I found the fix. It's a simple fix. Okay? Because apparently this is very common on this radio. WR100. It tends for the what they call it's called a 450 kilohertz ceramic filter. It tends to go bad. I think when they first put these out, it was a bad. I don't know if it was a bad batch of them or quality control, whatever it was. I don't know. They were going bad. They even had to come out with a version 2 and so on. So this one, there is a fix for it. I'm going to show you where to get the part. You can get it on eBay but AliExpress. So this is the part that's right there. Okay. Let me just put it like that. Let me put the camera down there and I'll talk about it for a second. So it's a LTE 450EW. That's the name of the ceramic filter. Okay, so it's a simple desoldering of the old filter. That's the number of the one that's on the radio. CQ33 450. You know, inside the radio, you have that. So you open up the radio, you locate that, you desolder this one off, and this is the replacement. Okay, and they also have it right here. You know, as long as it's this guy, you know, this one, for example, let's show you this one. See, this one will work. Okay, LT and 450. So there's several, you know, I'll probably go with something like and there's another one that I saw because this one is a lot. So this one you get 10 pieces. You only need one. So maybe I can get a cheaper one. I think there's one that I saw that I had like 2 pieces or 3 pieces. Because again, you only need one. You replace, you take out the old one, you put this one in, brand new radio. You'll get the weather channel, everything come back to life. That's all you need. Okay. Because you can, you know, this one you can find it a lot of Goodwill. I seen this, you know, in a few good, but I never, the price was too high on some of them. But when I saw this one for $2.99, I don't have one of these. I said, you know, I'm gonna pick one up. So now that's the fix. Okay, you just desolder the old one. I'll make a video on that if you know when I order that thing. I'm gonna make a video on it just to show you that 1, 2, 3. You don't have to be electronics expert or anything. It's simple. You know, this one you just take out the screws in the back. And there's a 1, 2, 3, 4. There's 2 hidden in here, I guess. 1, 2, 3, 4. And yeah, there has to be a hidden screw in there. You peel that out. So it's 4 screws. You take it out. Boom. On the board, you're gonna see that one. We're gonna see that you'll locate that, and then you're gonna desolder that one. Of course, I don't have no fancy schmancy. Yeah, I know he's on today, and then, but I'm good. You know, yeah, I know he's doing his Zoom thing because today's the 16th. But the show must go on for this guy. Anyway, hey, what's up, Bobby? And enjoy your meeting over there. If you're going over there, right? Oh, you're not joining his meeting? No. I I have my stream. So anyway, you're gonna locate that on your weather radio. Yeah. Oh, you have the same one radio ID? Did yours go bad? Because apparently, you know, why am I echoing in here? Okay, let me try again. I don't have the fan running today because it's a nice day. I have the window wide open. What's wrong with your antenna? It's broken? Anyway, the antenna is an easy fix. But anyway, but this is more because mine, when I turned it on, I was just getting squealing. The squealing noise. I don't have batteries on mine right now. You know, I didn't put batteries on it right now. But when I make the video on this, I'm gonna actually even located a plug that works for this one. So I'm gonna do it with the plug. I'm gonna plug it in, and I'm gonna show you how it is. You know, before I'm gonna show you how it was the squealing noise, which you can't do anything. That's it. And I'm gonna replace it with that ceramic filter, and hopefully that should do the job. Of course, you don't need that filter. It's recommended I use that filter because it is the one for the radio. I seen people, I seen posts and all that. People use just a capacitor and bypass it, and that works. It'll get it working, but I don't want to do it that way. I want to do it the proper way because I'm gonna make the video on that when I fix this guy. So I have to buy the ceramic filter. And I'm going to go through and I'll show you how to do it. And that's it. It's a simple fix. It should be a simple fix. Unless there's something else going on with it. Then, of course, I won't know until I open it. And, you know, but from what I heard, it's a simple fix. So hopefully I'll get this guy up and running. And I'll be a happy camper instead of having a paperweight. So hopefully that'll fix that. All right, let me put it there. It won't fall. All right, there you go. Good. And hello, Glenn Dansler. My antennas withstood 72-mile-per-hour winds, a thunderstorm in North Carolina. Yeah, because we're getting that hurricane. Because it's been windy the last 3 days. The last 3 days, yeah. Because I guess that's the remnants of the hurricane. Is it Hurricane Lee? I don't watch the. I don't really keep track of all that because too much hyperbole with the news and all that. I don't watch the regular news. So I know it's been on and off windy. Like right now it's calm, but then all of a sudden we'll get a wind gust for a few minutes here and there, and then it'll go away. And it'll come, and wow, 72 miles. So that's good. That's the antenna. What the disc cone? I think disc cone, right? Yeah, the disc cone is gonna hold up. If it's the disc cone, because I have my disc cone up there for it's going on. It's about 5 years since I have my disc cone up, and no issues. Of course, and it's not on a real. It's on a mass against the brick. Mine is on the front of the house. It's a little brick on the roof, but it's on the roof. There's a little brick wall. So I anchor two mounts, and I put a steel pole, and then I put the disc cone on that steel pole. And it's so far so good. I didn't put it too high because if you put the antenna too high, then you're gonna need guide wires and all that. I didn't want to do all that. I can't do guide wires anyway. I can't do it on the roof. So it has to be low center of gravity. I would like to put the disc cone higher, but again, I don't want to do the whole guide wire thing. I just don't want to, because then it'll be too unstable, and then that's when you might run into issues with high winds. But right now, it's held up. All these years, it held up. And hello, my radio DX. He was here yesterday. I've been doing live stream for the last. I did for the last 4 days. I did live stream on my retro gaming channel. So I know my radio DX was on yesterday, and yeah, I've been having fun on the retro gaming channel. I say, I'm gonna start doing some live stream on the retro gaming channel, and yeah, it's been a lot of fun. I'm having a blast because I haven't done a video there in months, and I say, oh my god! So I say, I set up my. I have it here set up the other one, but I have my Xbox here, my Xbox, and I've been on for 2 hours, 2.5 hours, 2 hours, and it's fun. Elmer time, hello, Elmer time. Hello, Felio. What the hell's wrong with me? Fellow radio enthusiast, Jeff AD7LN checking in. Good to see you. So you finalized the move? Are you still, well, anyway, it's never final. It takes when you move to a new place, it's not going to be a couple of months. It's, finalize. It's probably takes about a year to settle down. That's what happened to me when I moved here. It took a good year for me to settle down to where I know where everything is at. Because a lot of things are going to be in boxes still. And things like that. So, yeah. Radio ID scans. Can you call me radio, but the antenna on I need a new one. It's a simple fix to open the radio and attach a new one. Well, there's 2 ways you can do it. Yeah, I'm not gonna call. I don't make phone calls. I'm sorry. I'm not. However, no, you know what? I'm not gonna talk about that now. I don't want to talk about the membership thing and all that because I'm thinking about doing so. See, but something particular like that, I would call, but I just don't have the time and all that. But I'll explain to you. There's 2 ways you could. There's 2 ways to fix this antenna, right? For example, in my case, okay, if this Zoom could cooperate with me, that would be wonderful. Okay, for example, this antenna is for that radio. So I don't have to open it up. All I have to do is take out this screw. Take out that screw. This is going to be inside the radio, right? So I'm going to take out that screw, and I can just use this piece. Take out that screw. Don't lose the screw in the washer. Just take it out from here. You're going to need a little tiny screwdriver. right? Since it's the same antenna already, there's no need for me to open it up and take this and put this in there. It doesn't, because already, you know. But I am going to try it anyway because maybe the antenna, maybe it's disconnected in here. But most likely, if it's the same type of antenna, I would just, if it's working, right? Oh my God, here we go with the zoom. Okay. Work with me here, Zoom. Oh, Jesus Christ, Danny. You had it and you blow it. There you go. Just take out the screw and take out the old one and put the new one. That's what I did with my Sony. I had a little Sony boombox that I bought. It had a broken antenna. I just bought a replacement from eBay. It's not the same length. It's a little shorter, actually, I think. But it works. I just, on a pinch, I just put any antenna. However, if you want to replace it from here, again, you're gonna have to open up the radio. But most likely you could just get away with the screw. Okay, get it. Oh my God, dude, you're killing me today with the zoom. Oh my God, come on, bro. Yeah. At any rate, because I've done this a million times. I don't want to say literally a million times. Now if you need to open up the radio to put this in, yeah, and then there's gonna be a wire in there that's connected to a screw, and then this goes in there. And every radio is different. I can. But when I open that one up, since you have that radio, I'm gonna open it up. You can see how it is inside. But there's videos on that radio. You could just look up. That's how I found the fix for that one. There's a lot of videos on that radio because that radio is very common to breaking down with that issue not only with the ceramic filter. That's a big one for that radio. I guess the first batch they made of that, they really put a crappy ceramic filter and it just was going dead on people. Like in maybe a year or so, it would just go dead. So, but this fix is this is simple. You just take the screw out. If you have all of this already intact in the radio, if you have this in the radio, you just take out the screw. Make sure it's the right size and all that because it depends on the antenna. Try to find the closest size because it depends on the antenna. Like for example, for that one, the Grundig, that's a big antenna. That's a whole different. I need the exact one for that one. And that one when you pull that one out, it's from inside the radio. You pull it out. So that's a whole different fix. But for most like portables, like I'll give you an example. Let's see. Let's just pick a portable up without knocking everything over. Okay. Let's try this one. And let me see. Let me rotate this one. Can I rotate? Okay, I can rotate this one. I'll show you. See this one, for example, this is the RadioWow R108, right? Radio ID scan. If you have a name, I can call you by your name if you want. Or I'm just going to call you Radio ID scan. You see how this one has a screw? You find something similar to the size, and that's it. You just take out the screw and put the new one in. Okay. And if you want to do it from the inside, then it's this screw. This screw on some radios is like that visible, but on some radios it's not gonna be like this. It's gonna, so it'll, this will, but not for again. This antenna is not for this radio. So this antenna, you're gonna have, if you want to put this in, you're gonna have to open up the radio, and there should be a area where you put the screw. There's a wire that connects to it. And it's simple. It's pretty straightforward. Once you open it, it's pretty straightforward. It's not rocket science. So this radio, you see the screw is right there. That's the screw for this whole antenna assembly. Okay. This one is pretty straightforward. But if you already have this intact and it's working, I would just take out the screw from here and just put the replacement and make sure it's at least close to the size of it. Very close to it. Yeah, and it also, yeah, he's right. Jim's Radio Check. That one has an external antenna jack, so you don't need the antenna. You could just hook it up to an external antenna view, But I know in my case, I'm just gonna fix this, and because I just plucked this out from another one. But yeah, Jim's ready to check. He's right. There is an antenna jack right here. On this one, you can just you see, and plus this one got a dent on there. You see. Let me rotate that so I can show you where the screw is at. You see where the screw? I just rotated the antenna. You see the screws right there? For that one, I could just take out the screw and put the new one. That's what I'm gonna do. But I'm gonna open it anyway because I need to I need to do the whole ceramic filter thing anyway. Oh, the antenna is better, you saying? Well, I don't know, because I could hook this up to my disco. With an adapter, I could hook this up to my disco. I'm gonna try with the disco. I'm gonna get an adapter. I'm gonna hook that up to the disco with the switch. I'm gonna have it right there. Because when I fix this one, I'm gonna have it right here on the tabletop. And I'm gonna just use this one for weather. When I'm, I want to go hit this one. But I'm gonna probably do the adapter. But I still want to fix it because I have it here. So I'm just gonna fix it anyway. I'm just like that. I just don't want to look. I don't know. I'm just my OCD. I hate this antenna right now. It's all crappy looking, and I want to rip it out. Yeah. And I have spare antennas. I have spare antennas that are not as thick. They're slimmer, longer maybe. I have several because I bought my Sony is not here. It's a boom box. It's a little green boom box. You seen it in one of my videos. I bought it from Goodwill. That one was a damaged antenna, so I took that one out. I put I think it was a 3 or 4 pack of antennas. Yeah, I had like 3 or 4 antennas. I just took out the screw, put it in, and it worked beautifully. My FM is a little different now because that antenna is a little short. When I extended it, it's not a long. Eventually, I'll get an antenna long enough, and I get the little extension thingy. They have an extension thingy you can put on it to make it. But it's a simple fix with the screw. The screw is a simple fix. I done that to portables that the antenna broke. I just changed the antenna and that's it. Yeah, I'm trying to put it back right there. Yeah, so you can use the external if you have one. It doesn't have to be, but you're gonna need the adapter. That's another thing. But I want to fix it, and plus I have to open it up anyway. So I might as well see if everything is in, because I'm gonna check to see if he doesn't have any swollen capacitors, anything like that. Things like that. I'm gonna make sure I see if everything is all tidy in there. And yeah. Yeah, okay. Because that's the WR100. And I guess the first batch, because they have I don't know how many versions of WR100. So I guess the first version, they really had an issue with these filters. Because this one, when I bought it from Goodwill, when I brought it home and I turned it on, it had a squealing noise. Anyway, I'm gonna get an ad in about 20 seconds. So let me pause for a minute while the ad plays. Be back in a few. All right. And the ad is inserted. The ad, okay. So we're back. So this, they had an issue with the W100. I'm done reading on it. There is an issue with these things. So in Jim's case, he had it for 5 years of no issue. So you got the lucky one. You're the lucky winner. You got the good one. But I heard they were very notorious for those things failing. So when it fails, when you turn it on, you're not gonna be able to, the squealing. You're gonna hear squealing only. Squealing. That's it. It's not gonna. You're not when you try to tune to the weather channel and you see the frequency, it'll show the frequency, but you're not gonna hear the station. It's gonna be squealing. So That's when yeah. So in your case, radio ID just need a new antenna. Yeah, you could get replacements. Matter of fact, let me look it up for you. I'll look it up for you. Jim's ready to check. Mine is the W100. Nice to have if a midnight tornado rolls in. Yeah, yeah, because it has this. That has the same alert thingy. Has the alert thingy. That's why I want to. I saw that on the $2.99. I said, man, I'm gonna roll the dice on it and see if it works. You know. So let me look for a replacement for radio ID. I'm gonna call you radio guy or whatever. But now if another radio guy comes on, then I'm just gonna call you radio ID. It's easier for me. Yeah, because I bought a Sony boombox a few years ago from I went to a Goodwill in Niagara Falls, and I would think it was like $6. I paid for the boom, $6.99 I think for the boombox. Everything works fine. Cassette, the CD player, but it had a broken antenna. So I just went on eBay, put the replacement in, and my FM radio came back. Boom. And it was pretty, even with the broken antenna, I could still pick up FM, but I just didn't want to leave it like that. And, so I bought a replacement. It's not the best antenna for it. It's a little shorter, but it works. It works. And I only use that radio for outside I'll put that radio outside when I'm mowing the lawn or something. I'm doing yard work or something. AM band, it works on the AM band, of course, which I listen to my AM stations, so it works fine. It has a cassette player. Cassette player still works, but I don't want to. I wouldn't use that with my cassettes. Plus, I don't play cassettes anymore. I just keep them because of wear and tear, and plus the cassettes are way beyond their life expectancy. I don't even try to play cassettes anymore. I'll play it if I want, but I rarely. And the CD player works fine, but again, I don't play CDs anymore either. So, you know. So let me see. Let me just type in. See if I can find. Mm, let's see. So Midland sells the replacement. Um. Yeah. Of course, you can do that too, Elmer. You can do. Of course, you can do that. Yeah, you can just. Yeah, like for example, Brooke. I don't have to do nothing on that one. I can just leave it the way it is and just clip a wire to it and it's fine. But cosmetically, and no, I wanna put. I wanna have my antenna there, in case I one day I'm gonna sell it. But yeah, you're right. You can just put a wire. It's fine because it's not like like you said, cut a wire at 32.5 inches and attach it to your weather radio at 162 megahertz. It should be optimal to indoor reception. Yeah, exactly. And let me go to Jim's radio check. Pulled out my Galaxy 10 and 11-meter radio. It has a few burnt out digits on it, but it still transmits. Yeah, I know the burn the digits get. Yeah. Oh, Galaxy, man, that's a nice. Mindsway, is there such thing as AM satellite radio in Samsung? No, there's no AM satellite radio. Satellite radio is just satellite radio, which is Sirius XM. Is it XM Sirius or Sirius XM? Anyway, it's those two companies that emerged a long time ago. So it's XM Sirius. Am I saying it the right way? Because I have the old ones right here. I have old. That's a Sirius one and that's an XM one. At one time they were separate. They were competing. But then I don't know what year they merged. And now it's called Sirius X. Yeah, Sirius XM. Let me make sure I know that. I don't want to keep saying it backwards and butchering it. Let me see. Is it Sirius? Yeah, Sirius XM. Or Sirius. Yeah, he said Sirius XM. Yeah, Sirius XM. Yeah, so that's the only satellite radio. There is no AM satellite radio. I mean, so it's just Sirius XM, and of course you guys subscribe to that, and that's why I tried it years ago. This is like 2002 or something. I forgot. I tried to, you know, because I tried Sirius because it's Howard Stern at the time, and which was and then I Mindsway, to be honest, I wouldn't waste my money on that because you can get all that for free. If you look around, all that broadcasting, you can get it for free either through podcasting or just listening to the radio. Like, for example, I'll give you an example. Like, I know when I had satellite, of course they give you some, like, for example, Howard Stern is exclusive to Sirius XM. Howard Stern is that's old, he's irrelevant to me. When I used to listen to it, it was when oh my god, but it gets old. What I'm saying, but all the other content, a lot of it you can get it. If you look around, if you aggregate, I say aggregate. You look, you look around. You look, a lot of it's gonna be streaming. Of course, now we got to remember that back then, there was no streaming on your phone. We're talking about old flip phone back then. Now you can stream all your content, like Spotify podcasts, Apple Podcasts. There's a lot of content out there now. Yeah, exactly. You can get all the stuff on the internet, streaming. So in terms of value, yeah. If you have a car that has XM on it and you don't want to be streaming in your car, I get that. I get the whole car thing. I don't have a car that has Sirius XM in it. I could care less about it. Streaming. I have apps that I just stream radio stations from all over the world. I like to listen to a lot of talk radio. Some of it I cannot listen. Some of it is not picked up on the East Coast. West Coast talk radio, AM radio, whatever. Only I'm exclusive to the West Coast or whatever. But I can hear it through the app. Okay, so that's why I don't care for satellite radio anymore. I wouldn't. It's just I tried it years ago, but back then there was no streaming on your phone. We're talking about 20 years ago. That's not the case anymore. Now you can stream, 5G with 5G. Even when it was 3G, you can stream audio like nothing. And okay, so it is value wise for me. It's not worth. That's why they're sitting there collecting dust. I'm not gonna activate that now. I'm not gonna waste. And of course, now it's more expensive. It's not. When I did that, it was $9.95 a year. That was it. Now I think it's like $20 a year or more now. No, not worth it. Not worth it. Mindsway. It's not worth it. I would just everything you could do with your phone. Of course, shortwave, that's a whole different thing because that's more of a enthusiast thing. Of course, I still like radio because of emergency stuff too. But let me go back up here. I'm sorry. Actually, let me answer Radio ID's question with the replacement. So let me show you. Oops, knocked over my radio. So they do have a replacement for the Midland. I'm gonna say the prices are not bad, $4.99. The Midland does sell replacement. They have replacements. So let me see. Midland, USA. So they sell a replacement. Hey, $4.99. Yeah, you can get that. If you want to get it directly from Midland, that's the one. No, that's for the emergency crank. Okay, for the WR100. But I mean, I don't want to pay that much for that. Amazon, you can get different ones. They have I bought mine from eBay. I think it was a 3-pack. And it worked. It was like I think I paid like $7 for a 3-pack. You know, but Midland has the. You could go to Midland and see. You know, they have the exact. That one's for the crank radio, but uh, you know, they have the exact. I'll look up on it. If I see the exact one, I'll put the link in the description. But you know, Elmer, he's you know, Elmer time. If you don't care about the way it looks, put a wire. You can put a wire, attach a wire to it. You know, I just happened to have the replacement. That's why I plucked it out from the other one that was dead. But if I didn't have this, I would just use another type. Or and I would use it the way it is. Just clip a wire to it if I needed. You know, if I was missing any. This one's a little bent right here. Let's see how long. So this is the length for the about 1.5 feet. Okay. So let me go back up here. Yep. Yeah, MacGyver. No, I mean it's practical. I mean, you know, it's practical. It's practical. You know, you hook up a wire because that's what you know, when I bought my this guy, when I bought this one, the Uniden BC355N. When I bought the scanner, it comes with a wire. It comes with a wire that you put in the window. It has suction cups. It has a couple of suction cups. That's what you call it, my suction cups. It has a wire. It's just a wire. So you know if you don't have, you know, it comes with it came with the whip. But if you say you don't want to use the whip, you want to use, if you want to put it near the window, you could use the wire. It's a wire, and it's about that. I think it's about that length. You know, 30 inches. I think it was. You know, it's the wire, and you hook it up to. It had the wire, and at the end of the wire had the BNC. You just put it right in there, the BNC, and that's it. But it came with a a wire for the as an antenna. So you don't really need to replace. You can just put a wire, and it'll work fine. So let me go back up here. So yeah, so I wouldn't even model. Jim's radio check. I just got the shingles shot. Shingles. Yeah, shingles shot the other day, and I had a bad. Oh, sorry to hear that, bro. Yeah. I am not taking no more shots of anything unless I don't want to think about it, because shingles is, if I remember, what is shingles for anyway? That's if you had chicken pox, or how does the shingles work? I forgot. Explain to me how they what is shingles. I mean, I know that Feinstein had it, and it messed her up real good for a while. I know she had the shingles. The, you know, not to get political here, but I know that, you know, I don't know why they're still in office. They should retire. If you're too old, you need to retire. I know she's like 80. She's like 90, I think, almost. She's like almost 90. She's like 90. I know she had shingles. She was out for a while, and she came back, and I think it messed up her like one eyes. Like, oh my god, like what the hell happened? I didn't know it was like that. I thought it was something, you know. So anyway, you explain to me. I have to look it up. I know there was a radio guy that had shingles a year ago. I think Sid WABC. I think he had the shingles, and he's in his 50s. I don't know how that works. I think this has to do with chicken pox or something. Anyway, Jim, sorry to hear that you have a reaction. Hopefully you'll get better. And wow, you know, I'm scared of shots now. Since that happened to me with the anaphylaxis thing, with the COVID thing, I'm not taking no. mm. Now this governor's talking again about, oh, everybody should get the booster. Everybody, like, shut up with that already. Like, yeah, there's a strain out there, but you stop panic. People panic. They put in this, they panic people. But this, take, you gotta get the shot, gotta get the shot. Just stop it. Like, I already had COVID 3 times. 3 times. I can say I had it 3 times. And the last one, it was just not even a cold, not even the flu. I have flu that was worse than COVID. If I go back in time, the first COVID, yeah, my chest was for about a month. It was, I was there, but I never had to be hospitalized. The second time wasn't so bad. The third time it was nothing, because your body builds up on that. It's called immunity. And I'm not a biologist, whatever. I'm not a doctor, but people panic people with a boost. How many boosters you gonna take? How many boosters? What is it now? The 5th booster now they're up to? Anyway, getting off on a tangent here. I'm sorry. 40 minutes in, 13 people watching, 14 likes. Thank you for watching. So let me go back up here. Yeah, so Jim's Radio Check said most of that stuff on Sirius, you can pretty much get it on the internet. Like, yeah, exactly. So you satellite radio to me, I mean, people, if they have a car, if you have a car that has Sirius XM and you want it, and me personally, I wouldn't get it. I wouldn't bother with it. Just, you can get everything online, streaming content. How much content you need to fill up a whole day of listening. You know what I mean. It's the same thing like with cable. When I realized, why am I watching cable? How many hours in the day I need to sit down and watch TV when I could watch everything I want on streaming? That's when I say, you know what? You snap out of that cult, dumb consumerism, whatever you want to call it. Throwing your money on cable TV when you don't really need it. You have to make adjustments. Like, I was a big sports guy. I loved ESPN at one time. Now I can't stand ESPN. I don't watch ESPN anymore. Even if it was given to me for free, I can't watch ESPN anymore. It's too crazy now. They're too woke and all that. Plus, they're owned by the other woke company, Disney. So I just don't care for that. But there was a time that I was a big sports fanatic. I don't care about that no more. You got to make adjustments in life. Sports used to take up a lot of my time on the weekends. Watching all this football, college football, NFL football. Literally stay home all day and watch sports. You know how much stuff I missed out by not watching sports? I could have done better things with my time. And at the end of the day, it's not like, a Bronx Tale. When he told I forgot the kid, Mickey Mantle doesn't pay your rent. So he sold his baseball card the next day. And his father asked him, why you sold it? He goes, because Mickey Mantle doesn't pay my rent. So I don't care. He doesn't care about me. And that's the way I feel about these athletes today. I don't care. They're not, people put them on a pedestal and all that. I don't do that nonsense. I never did that nonsense anyway, but that's a whole nother discussion. Anyway. Yeah. Elmer time. You're talking to Jim. Okay, so I'm going to skip that. Jim's Radio Check. Yeah, after I got the shot, I had like the flu for 8 hours. Wow. Yeah, I'm staying away from those shots. If I can avoid it, I'm going to stay away from them. Radio ID, phone or Android, it doesn't matter. You can Android has all that stuff too. Whatever phone you have, there's plenty of apps for all those things. Doesn't matter which app. I have Android, but if I had an iPhone, same thing. You can find a lot of content online, streaming. You don't have to pay, for satellite radio. Like I said, to me is because I had it before, and I all the content. I used to listen to. At that time, remember at that time, there was no streaming on your phone. I had an old flip phone. You could barely watch any video on it. There was no video on the flip phone. Yeah, you could take a couple of seconds of a choppy video. And not even. Now it's like your phone now, it's your whole entertainment center now. People play games on this, online gaming. And my son plays online gaming, everything on this thing. You can watch, of course, you can watch this stream here. You can watch anything on this phone now. It's like That's to me, that's ancient now. Satellite radio, and like you say, all that content you can get out there for free. I mean, even Howard Stern, if I wanted to listen, and not live, but if I wanted to listen to Howard Stern, like after somebody posted on some forum the whole thing and you download that. But I don't listen to that crap anymore. That was a long time ago. Mindsway, what is a good radio setup to get into shortwave? Whatever you can afford. I didn't start with this. I started with my wife bought me this radio as a gift. I believe it was a Christmas gift. So long ago now. She bought this for me, and that's how I got back into the hobby. You don't have to buy this. You could just buy Ratty Wow R108. You can start with this. It has no single sideband, but all you want to listen to is broadcast for now. Because single sideband, that's a whole nother thing. You want to listen to amateur radio operators, and but most of the time, something simple like this. This is under $40. I seen it as low as $39.99, but yeah, around $40-$50 range, something like this. I wouldn't go too cheap. I wouldn't go with I wouldn't even do the D219 just to get into the hobby, because this is much better, and he's gonna discourage you from if you start to get something real cheap, to say that thing is okay, but it's I'm gonna get something like this to start getting to the hobby. And then it does. You can also use an external antenna if you want to get more, more. And then once you learn, how the frequencies work and all that, in the daytime you're gonna listen to this range of frequencies. At night you're gonna listen to this range. And this also has a aviation band, air band, so you can listen to nearby air traffic. So that's another aspect of radio listening. You can get into air traffic listening. And of course, it has AM, FM. I would start with something like this, and then if you want to step up and start buying, like a tabletop or something, then that's the next step. So I wouldn't, it depends on what you can afford. But even if you could afford, I would start with a simple, because that's the other thing. Now you have to deal with noise. I'm fixing my watch. I'm sorry. Oops. And you might want to go outside because you might be too noisy in your house, electronic radio interference and all that. So a radio like this, you could go outside with it and listen. So you know what? I will recommend something like this first, because where you live at, you might not be able to listen to this indoors, or in my case, I have a tabletop. My antenna's way out there in my backyard, and I run the wire. Then I can listen to it that way, But I would start with something like this first, and then I'll put the link in the description for this radio if you're interested in something like that. But I would start with a portable first, Mindsway. And hello, Daniel Mark LeBlanc. I'm doing well. Hope you're doing good. Hope you're doing better. And thank you for reminding people to hit the like button, Jim. Thank you for that. And let me scroll down. Oh, sorry. Let me go back up here. Sorry about that. Actually, let me put live chat. I keep leaving it on because it always starts with top chat. So now I have to go back. Okay, see if I skipped anybody by mistake. Because again, when you put top chat, YouTube recommends what I want to read. But when you put live chat, you get every message. Okay, so am I ready? The extra? Yeah, yes, I owe you a brutal sports football game. I'm gonna look that up before I play it now. So thank you for reminding me. Am I ready? The extra? I need to. I'm gonna check it out. Brutal sports football. Yeah, because yesterday I ran out of time because my wife wanted to go shopping. We had to go to a local supermarket. So I would have been out for another hour, but it was already 2 hours and change. I know I was playing that Wings game, which it looks kind of fun, but I need to learn how to fly the plane. Plus, I was shooting at the wrong. I was shooting at my own British planes. I was like, "What the hell's wrong with me? You're a British pilot. You're supposed to shoot at the German plane." So I shot at the British plane by accident. Friendly fire, I guess you want to call it. Anyway, yeah. So let me. I'm sorry. I gotta skip. I didn't mean to skip all this. See, that's what happened. I skipped. All right. One more time. I still have. I still have over 20 more boxes to unpack. I've been painting and changing out the lighting, fixtures, outlets, building shelving in the house, new roof over the back patio, replace bad wood in the house. Oh, cool. Yeah, I know it's a lot of, but yeah, it in a way, it's satisfying too that you fix it up the way you want to fix it. It is satisfying though that especially when you do it yourself. My wife gets on me all the time about that. She says I don't do enough fixing. I said, honey, I'm only one person. I can only do so much. Hope she's not watching. Oh, yeah. Yeah, Jim's ready to check. I know you have the, yeah, this other one has the jack too. Okay, so let me skip back down here. I'm sorry, because that's why when I put live chat, I have to go back up there, see if I missed anything. So let me go back up. I'm trying to catch up on the chat now. Let me go down here. Mind sway. Okay, so and go down here. Oh, thank you, my sway. You like the background setup? Yeah, thank you. Thank you for that. Yeah, I put all my well, not this is not all of them. This is 95%, 90. No, I want to say 94. Because some of them are over here. And then I have a couple of them in the basement. I have a couple of portables in the basement, and I have a boom box over there somewhere. At 90, I gotta say 90. Yeah, what 99% is all right there. Thank you, my sway. Whatever. Okay, so one more time. Okay, so radio IDs. What about broken clock? Broken fixes like clock radio. The ones that I have, especially I don't have one. I don't have. That's another thing I have in the basement. I have clock radios. Do I have any of them here? That has FM. If it's AM, it's a ferrite. AM antenna, it's inside the radio already. Okay, AM radio. For example, radio, right? AM radio broadcast it's inside here. There's a ferrite in there. Clock radios, a lot of them are AM and FM. They're gonna be inside the radio. Some clock radio have a telescoping whip. I didn't have any that had that. The ones that I had, I guess they have a little antenna inside, like a wire or something for FM. They're not that good on FM. The clock radios that I have. I think I have one that's only AM. The other clock radio I have is AM, FM, but there is no telescoping whip. There's a wire inside it. So it depends on your clock radio. If you can put the model number and all that, I will look it up and I'll tell you. So whatever clock radio or if the clock itself is broken, that's a whole nother thing. I can't help you out with the clock thing because it depends on what type of clock. Like for example, I have some that I have two old radios that have analog clocks. That's a whole different thing. It's I have two OGE radios there. I'll show you right there. See, they have an analog clock on it. They both work. The clock does work fine, but they work fine. So I can't help you out with the clock part of it. And then that Hammerlin right there, that Hammerlin had a clock here. I think it was a clock there. When I bought that Hammerlin, somebody decided to put a speaker on that one. And I wish they would have left it alone back then, but I bought it. That's the way he had. I don't know if he had it like that before. Whoever had it before him, maybe did the mod. But that one they took out the clock on that one, And that one also in the back, he put a SO239 connector on that one. But the clock portion of it, I cannot help you out with that. But if you put the model, maybe I'll look it up and I'll see what I can do with that. So, all right, radio ID, yeah. So it affects your nerves. Okay. Okay, Elmer Time, you can explain. Okay, Elmer Time, let me read Elmer Time. If you had chickenpox early in life, shingles can hit you late in life, usually in your 50s or later. Okay. And Glenn Dancer said one word, shingles is hell. Okay. Yeah, I'll get into that in a second. Now that you bring it up too. And hello, Richard Wagner. I just saw your okay, Richard Wagner. Chicagoland. Well, we're back into the roaring. We're back to the roaring 20s. I don't know. I don't know what it's about, but I can imagine because it's happening here with the immigration issue. It's just ridiculous, and I don't want to talk about that now. It's really beyond. It's not even ridiculous. It's just flat out stupid. If we're talking about that issue, the whole migrant slash. Again, I'm not gonna. You know, I'm not. I'm gonna call off water. They're illegal aliens. That's it. I'm gonna leave it at that. And just not sustainable. What these people are doing. We're gonna leave it at that. Gone. All right. Let me see where was that. Yeah. So the clock. If it's the clock itself, I cannot help you out with that. I mean, mechanically you can open. That's a whole nother thing for another show and all that stuff. So okay, so chickenpox. So I think if I remember, my mother told me that we had chickenpox. I don't think I had chickenpox. Of course, we had the shots, but I don't think I ever had chicken. I think my brothers might have had chickenpox. I never got chickenpox. So if you get it, I guess I don't want to get into the whole thing. So I guess if you had it, then you're more prone to getting shingles. So like in my case, I never had chickenpox. So that means that the likelihood I'm not gonna get shingles. I don't know. I don't know how that works. But yeah, okay. All right. So now I know it's what it is. Okay, thank you. Jim's radio check. LOL. Aaron Rodgers didn't last year. I'm gonna talk about it for a minute or two. I'm a Packer fan. So those I'm a Green Bay Packer fan. I live in New York, but I am a Green Bay Packer fan. I saw that from a few years ago. He was already on the decline. Okay, I was when they gave him that big contract in Green Bay. I was a mistake. I said it was a mistake. He won that Super Bowl. He won that one Super Bowl. He a couple of times he was close, but of course there were better teams, including the other team that I like to root for is the Giants. And one year the Giants beat him and they went to Super Bowl, and the rest is history. They beat Eli 2-0 versus the great one. Eli Manning beat him twice. So don't sleep. People make fun of Eli Manning. He beat Brady twice in the Super Bowl. So that man's going to the Hall of Fame. I don't want to hear it that Eli Manning is not going to the Hall of Fame. He is going to the Hall of Fame just because he beat Brady twice in the Super Bowl. That's all. That cemented his legacy. That's it. I don't want no argument about anybody. I don't want to hear that Eli Manning. Yeah, he had some rough years. But when he made the Super Bowl, he won it. That's it. He made it count. I'm gonna leave it at that. So anyway, Aaron Rodgers, he was already on the decline. He had issues with his ankles and all. You could tell he's not as mobile. So when he went to the Jets, it reminded me of Brett Favre. When Brett Favre came out of retirement, went to the Jets. Yeah, they made him a little more relevant. But what happened? When you're at that age, unless you're in shape like Brady, Brady's a maniac when it comes to conditioning. And it's not only that. I guess I said it last week or whatever about the Achilles? Your Achilles is like your Achilles. I'm gonna make an equivalent to tires or wheels. You only have so much mileage with your Achilles before they rupture. Everybody goes through that. You could be a multi-million-dollar athlete, doesn't matter. When your Achilles goes, it goes. There's nothing you can do about it. There's nothing you can do about the Achilles. It has to do with how much mileage you put on, all the running that you do, all the conditioning. Your Achilles is going to give. That's it. And that's what happened to him. When I saw that play, I said, it looked like a routine tackle. And now they're blaming it on the turf, which is kind of true. The turf does exacerbate a little bit some of these, and I'm surprised by that they didn't. Why they didn't leave? Why they didn't put grass? They didn't have grass. They have that turf. Anyway, that's a whole nother. But again, I think in his case, and there was another thing I noticed: the preseason. He was only in for two series. I think 2 series. Because I was in Wisconsin when I saw him the debut, the preseason game, and he didn't look that good in the preseason. He looked like he's slow. He looked slow. Like I think he got didn't he get sacked in the preseason too or something? And then he did that one touchdown in the preseason, and that was it. And then they took him out. And people complain about the preseason, but he had no conditioning in the preseason. He didn't. So now they're gonna throw him into this It was a Monday night game. The opposition, Buffalo's all hyped up. They want to put a hit on him too. And he went down on the first series. I knew right away I knew something was wrong. And then it's a high ankle sprain. I said, nah, it's Achilles. He's gone. He's done. So I'm going to say it. I think the Jets are cursed. This is not the first time this happened to them. I remember Vinny Testaverde a few years ago. They had a great season. They made it all the way to the AFC Championship with Vinny. So the following season, they were hyping up the Jets. Oh, the Jets are going to go to the Super Bowl. And first game, what happened to Vinny Testaverde? Achilles. He went down on the first, and that's it. The Jets, the whole season went down the toilet. That was it. I remember that year. Everybody was hyping. Oh my God, the Jets are going to go to the Super Bowl. Vinny Testaverde and all that. The first game, game one, the following season, same thing. Achilles. They cursed. I'm gonna say they. 1969, Joe Willie Namath won the Super Bowl for them. You know what, Jets? You know what? You're not gonna see another Super Bowl for a long time. They're gonna go through what Chicago fans went through with the Cubs. Boston Red Sox went. Boston fans went through with the Red Sox. The Jets are not gonna see a Super Bowl in my lifetime. I'm not gonna see a Super Bowl in my lifetime. I'm not a Jet fan anyway, but it's not gonna happen in my lifetime. It will not happen in my lifetime. I'm gonna say it. But you know what? I got blessed with the Yankees. Yankees won 100. Not every team is gonna be great in your city, folks. I got spoiled with the Yankees winning all those World Series, and even though they're sucking this year, hey, you know what? I don't care. I've been at playoff games. I celebrated World Series. That's it. I don't care. I don't care anymore. Giants got a few Super Bowls. Hey, on the football side. So Jets, you know why? I don't care. So they cursed. To me, they're cursed. I'm gonna leave it at that. Moving on. They cursed. So there you go, Jim's Radio Check. They are cursed. Let me go down here. I'm sorry. Now I'm going above. I'm skipping now. Sorry. So Richard Wagner, hello from Chicagoland. Good to be here and see you guys. Been a week, man. I'm doing this weekly thing now. It's like it's so much anticipation coming out. I was, hey, but I have other channels. You're gonna see me. I was doing live streaming yesterday on the Retro Gaming channel. Let me go back up here. Okay. So, yeah, Jim is also in Chicagoland area. So, what radio is worth every penny, Jim? I forgot which one you're talking about now. I didn't see the one before that. Yep. Jim's Radio Check. I like using that old time looking Prius radio you haven't above yet? Yeah, that one. Well, that one is my wife got it from her job. The one that I gave her that one because they had that one in the job, but that one has a broken the USB thing. It fell inside, so I need to open that one up and take out the USB connector. So right now I'm not able to use that one. But yeah, it's a nice little radio. It is a nice little radio. So the one I have is beige. The one that I bought is beige. I never made a review. Review. My wife had bought it for me as a gift. The other one. So that they have that one now at her job. So she brought this one, the other one. This is the one that's broken. You can hear it. So you can see the USB port is broken. It fell in there. So I need to fix that. I need to open it up. But I got to figure out how to pry this thing open. So right now it's not working. Yeah. But yeah, it's shortwave. It's shortwave and AM FM. It has a little telescoping whip right here. It was a nice little radio. It's cool. And it plays it also plays MP3s. Okay. And it has auxiliary input. So you could use this as a speaker. So you could, if you want to hook up a smartphone to this, you can. And of course you can charge. If you have a phone, you can hook it up here and charge. Or USB, I believe USB stick, I think also. I'm gonna see if I can try to fix this thing. And then make a review on this. The one that we they have over there now is the one that's working, but obviously this one is not. But it's a nice little radio. It is. It's a nice little right there. Prius. Yeah. Mine's you should give us a tour of your shack. That will give me a lot of ideas to start. Well, I've done that a few times. I'll show you just a quick run over here. Of course, this is always evolving. That's one thing about a shack or radios, whatever. He's never finalized. So of course over here I have, this is the way I set up because I got a lot of stuff. There's a lot of stuff in general. So I got tabletop radios. I got old tube radios. I got a bunch of portable radios and all that. And I just got a bunch of radios. Antennas, AM loop antennas and all that. Of course, I got monitor. These are all iMacs. And I put it down there. It's just heavy duty shelving. That's the thing. If you're gonna store a lot of radios, get a heavy duty shelving. Don't get no plastic. Don't get that. See that plastic thing, that plastic shelving in the corner? Don't get those. Those things are gonna warp like in 2 seconds with all that weight. Don't get that. Do not get that. Get steel. Something like with metal. So there's a transceiver there, G90, which I need to turn that on. That's what I wanted to do. I'm going to turn that on in a few minutes. Got scanners on there that I need to set up here. I need to set all that up. Anyway, and over here I got, my old computer stuff. This is not all of it. It's just some of it. Commodore computer, Atari computer down there. Texas Instrument computer back there. I have all these floppies and all that. Disk drives. Old printers down there. There's a dot matrix printer. Of course, I got my handheld transceivers down here for now. Old CRTs down here. Your shack is what you can, if I give you an idea, that's fine. But you know what? What you make of what you have, I made it this way because when I do my live stream, a lot of questions are about my radios. A lot of it is because of my radio. So it's easy for me to access it instead of walking across the room. And Danny, can you tell me about that? I have to get up and go across the room. Everything's right here, most of it. And the desk, this desk. This is a standing desk. That was one of my I want to say a sponsor, but they reached out to me and they asked me if I wanted to try this desk and make a review on it and post it on social media. I said, yeah. So this is the desk that they, of course, sent me. It's a beautiful, big walnut uh, tone desk. It's a big, big, big. And of course, you got your, see, go up and down. Oh, a little too low. So, because since I do these long streams, sometimes I'll do like 1 hour, 2 hours here, and then I'll stand up for the rest of the time now. Because I need to do that. And then, of course, up there, I have stuff. Your shack is whatever you want it to be, of course, I like military aviation. I like aviation in general, so I put up a poster there. Modern warplanes. Of course, I got the map of the world here. That's a laminated map. I got that from Amazon. Use your imagination. Um, I use your imagination. I'm glad you like it. I'm glad It says, I'm glad you like it, and you know, makes me happy that people like the backdrop. Of course, I try to post. This like, of course, when I was in the Air Force, those are my unit patches and all that. When I was in the Air Force, so I want to put stuff that it's like how you say, when you look back at my life, I can say, yeah, some of it is right here. My college, my tassel from 1999 when I went to college is right here. Make it personal too. In my case, since I'm streaming, it's like it's a personal thing. Eh? Don't try to replicate somebody else's shack. Do your own thing. Oh, anyway, add in 2 seconds. Be right back. All right, so the ad is inserted. Okay. So yeah, I mean, I could do a whole a tour thing, but my shack is, I first of all, we live here in this house, 2-story house with a basement. This house is gonna be 100 years old next year. It's an old house. I do a lot of listening in the boiler room. A boiler room and the basement of the boiler room. I do a lot of listening at night. My brother's next door, so at nighttime I won't do listening up here because my brother's, he sleeps and all that. So this is more like for the stream. And I also do retro gaming channel I have. So I do a lot of retro gaming too. I did this week I did 4 live streams on retro gaming. I had that one, and my Xbox is right there. The mod Xbox I just put on that chair right now because it was taking up so much space here. Of course, I have 2 monitors. That's an old Macintosh monitor. I have an old desktop that I found in the trash. That's what's streaming here. That's a streaming computer right now. The old desktop that I found in the trash. It's an i7 with 16 gigs of RAM, and I put an SSD on it. 512 gigabyte SSD. But that's a trash can. Fine. So there's no super duper gaming PC here streaming. Just an old, maybe almost a 7-year-old desktop. So I hope that helps you out, Mindsway. Radio ID, wire FM. Okay, FM. Yeah. So it's probably, if it doesn't have a telescoping whip, it's probably going to be inside the radio. Usually they have a wire or something. Daniel Mark LeBlanc, we have a hurricane post tropical storm going on here, and my shortwave antennas are receiving a beating. Still good receiving, still good, but receiving. Yeah, yeah. I forgot you're up there in yeah, because the hurricane again. Because over here we have the high winds. And all that's from is out there and out to sea, but we still getting the winds here. Yeah, that was a big hurricane. Lucky and it didn't make landfall anywhere because that's a big storm. So thank God it didn't make any. Yeah, I need to know the RT2. That's not enough. You need to tell me what brand is it, the model, everything. Be more specific. Anyway, yeah, Packers, exactly. Yeah, go Packers. Daniel Mark LeBlanc, is your radio setup back in the basement? No, this is everything right here. All I have in the basement right now is I have my servers, my computer server rack. Remember when I had the computer server rack on one side? That's still there. Other than that, there's a whole bunch of boxes in there right now because I'm ripping out the floor. And then in the boiler room, I just have but the boiler room, I'm gonna put shelving soon, and I may move some of these to the boiler room because, but anyway, that's another project for another day. So, yeah. Getting ready to that new guy to love took care of the Bears good last weekend. Oh, I don't, and I haven't been following. I just and I didn't even watch that game the Monday because again I saw ESPN. I don't have ESPN. I don't care for it. But as soon as I heard the play, I say, "Yep, he's done for the year." So I'm not even following the NFL. I don't even follow football anymore like I used to because again, I'm just not into that woke sports thing anymore. These people are too crazy with the stupid anthems and all that. Just play the national anthem. We're in the United States. I'm sorry, I don't want to hear no other anthem. I'm sorry if that offends anybody. I'm sorry if it offends anybody. National Football League, play the U.S. anthem, and that's it. Why we have to play 3 anthems or 4 anthems, whatever the hell it is now? Just play the national anthem, and you know what? I'm sorry. Some people are just. I'm sorry. When you make it 3 or 4 million a year, or 5 million, 10 million, you know what? Be grateful that you live in a country where you can make that much money, and stand up. And you know what? Just cut it out. I'm sorry. That's why I can't watch sports anymore. You see what I'm saying? That's why I tuned out of sports. I can't watch all that stuff anymore. I'm sorry. I don't have sympathy for that. You're hijacking the flag now. Cut it out already with that. People, cut it out. Stupidness going on in this country now. I'm sorry. You're pulling me into that area where I want to start talking about it. And I don't want to do that yet. Too early for that. I can't watch sports. I just can't watch sports anymore like I used to. I just can't. I can't. That's why I'm done with it. If I hear the news, okay, so this way, who cares? That's it. That's the way I feel about sports now. Radio ID, real tone RI215. Okay, I have to look that up. I'll look it up after the let me see. I can look it up right now because I'm already made it down to almost to the bottom. Okay. Hello, Paul. AA1SU checking in from Northern Vermont. Calm weather here, except for a little more wind. Yeah, over here now. Right now, the sun just broke out. It's sunny now. Finally, the sun broke out. It was cloudy all day. Now the sun broke out, and the winds is dying down. So you know what I'm gonna do because I was outside earlier. I'm gonna fire up my G90. I'm gonna fire up. Turn on the amp. Let me turn on my computer. I didn't do FTA last week because we had a thunderstorm and all that stuff. So I'm going to do it today. So let me turn on my my G90 and turn on the computer. And we go. So let me log in to the computer first. Paul, you reminded me. I was going to do this earlier, but you reminded me now. So log in. I'm going to log in. And I got the antenna hooked up to the switch. So let me tune. All right. And I always do this just so people can see what I'm doing when I do the FTA thingy. So I already fired up my G90. So the first thing you're going to open up is FL Rig. It's been a while, like over 2 weeks. So FL rig is open. Because I have my WSJTX set up with FL rig as my radio. So that's why I open up FL rig first. Then I open up WSJTX. Right here, WSJTX. Of course, I am a technician. I can only do 10 meters. So until I get my general, that's the way it's going to be for now. So let it load that. And then I'm going to open up. Let's see if I ended it with them. Then I'm going to open up grid tracker. I see how conditions are. I'm going to open a grid tracker. And I'm going to let it monitor that. I'll be back in a bit. So I see two. I already see two right there. So one, I see one from Spain and one from. Okay. I think it's somewhere in Europe. I forget where. See, okay. Yep. So leave it there for a second. Let that. I'll start monitoring that. All right. Sorry about that. Yeah. Jim's ready check. I got the same one. It's on a different. It's a different color. Okay. Jim's ready check. My shack is a small desk in front of a few shelves into a wall. I have very little space. My house is small. Okay. Yeah, this is not a big house either. This is not a big house. Okay, I got Belize. CQ. Oh, Belize. I already. Okay, let me see. I think I made contact with him before. Yeah. Let's see. Belize. Where's Paul? Oh. So I'm trying to make contact with him. Belize. So it looks like 10 meters is not bad today. Let's see. Yeah, it's not bad. According to a grid tracker. Yeah. Okay. Make contact. Yeah. Okay. Let me open up QRZ over here on this one. Let me open up QRZ over here and bada bing, bada bing, bada bing. Off of the races. I need to log in. Okay. Log in. Okay, there we go. Let me put his call sign here. Oh, you're on 10. Okay, so you're on 10 minutes. Okay. Let me put his call sign on QRZ. V3. 1. Okay, 3. Let me see. Make sure it's that one. Friendship between the. Okay, Belize. Okay, so log new contact. Let me do it here first before I. So mine is 19. I'll show you what I'm doing. Mine is 17 before I send it off to La La Land. So I'm filling out the QRZ thingy. Okay, so make contact with him, save record. Off you go. So Dr. Andre, there you go. Okay, Belize. Just make contact and show you over here for the folks. Sorry about that. Let's see, make contact. 73, bada bing, bada bing. So, okay. Right? Okay. And it logs into all of them. Boom, 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 boom. That's it. We're done. See? Just like that. Okay. So now we go back to. Okay. Go close this OneDrive nonsense, please. Okay. Now go back to. Okay. CQ. Me. Okay. So there you go. That was fun. So right off the bat, guy got that guy, Belize. Nice. I already have Belize under my because that's my. That's my second Belize guy, actually. Second contact Belize. So that's nice, right away. I like it. It looks like it says, look like it's getting active. Paul. Wow. Yeah. One more time, eating a chicken sandwich with chips, a late lunch. Oh, I just had a sandwich. Before I came, I had a sandwich too, but no chips. I should have chips with it. Radio ID. This is amateur radio. Of course, you need a license for this. I have a technician license, so I'm level 1 out of 3. So there's some bands I can do. So right now, for example, 10 meters, I can do 10 meters. I can do voice also on 10 meters, SSB. And I'm using that radio, that transceiver. It's called the G90. And it's hooked up to interface card right there. And that goes to the computer here. And I'm communicating by digital. Okay, it's digital. Now you hear that sound? That's digital. And it does the, my call sign is right there. It's, KD2ZZE. So I make contact with that person from Belize. He's located in Belize, which is in Central America. And in the map right here, as you can look at the map, that's what I make contact with. Belize. It's right there in Belize. Okay? That's the person I make contact with. Okay? So that is amateur radio, also known as ham radio. Of course, I have a technician license. I need to study for my general license. So I can do more bands because I'm limited to only for example FTA. I'm only limited to 10 meters and above, like 6 meters, but not below. Nah, I cannot do 20 meters. I cannot do any of that. When I get my general, then I can, which I can make more contacts and things like that. Voice, I can do on 10 meters. There is a frequency I can do voice. I can do that. And above, again, and above. Anything below that, I believe it's just CW, which I don't know any CW. I would like to learn CW eventually when I can. Hold up, I'm seeing somebody doing that. I thought somebody was knocking. Okay. So yeah, exactly. My Ready DX. I need to get my general, and then me and you can do a contact. And it's weird because in some countries it's different. Like for example, my Ready DX is from England. So in his case, he can do more bands than I can in his entry level. However, he's limited to 10 watts. In my case, I'm limited to whatever the band is. It varies, you know. So, I got a Canadian guy. I made contact with him. Yeah, I'm not gonna. Okay. So I lost my train of thought for a second. So I'm married to the X. He can do more bands, and because every country is different when it comes to what bands they can operate on, depending on the level of the license, and also how much power. Right now, of course, this radio is limited to 20 watts. So right now, I'm doing FTA with 20 watts. That's the max. That's the most I can do on this radio is 20 watts. And that's fine. 20 watts is fine. I make a lot of content with 20 watts. You know, if you have a 100-watt radio, good for you. If you have whatever, so yeah, I think Jim's ready to check. I think Canada is just one license. I think. I'm not sure about that, but I don't. But I know in the UK, what Marriott DX has said. I remember, so his case is limited to power. So it's weird. Now, some countries are like that. So in my case, it's just limited to some certain bands. That's it. You know. But basically, VHF, UHF is everybody. Okay, why is it slowing down? Why is all suddenly my thing went slow? Did it buffer? I hope it didn't buffer anything like that, please. So in my technician license, and every license, even though you could do VHF, which is this guy's too, by the way, radio ID. You can do, like, for example, if you get your license right away, even if you can do, that's HF, by the way, but you could also do VHF, UHF. Okay. In this case, it's a UHF. No VHF. Yeah, no VHF. These all, yeah. So anyway, you know, that's a good question. But and because you're not getting paid for it, I guess that's another way of putting it. It's like in sports, you know. I remember the Olympic back before the professional athletes went to the Olympics. They were called amateur athletes. Why? Because they're not supposed to get paid. Just like just like in college football, when you play college football, right? Those are amateur athletes because they're not getting paid. The minute you get paid for something, you're not professional. That's all it is. This is a term, you know. If you want to be professional, well, you set up your own radio station and all that, and get sponsors on. Then you become a professional or whatever. There you go. I don't know. Let's see. Bam. Enable. Okay, try that again. All right. I'll make contact. Okay. So yeah, Sid. What would you study for a test to get certified? They still, well, that's whatever. I don't know. But anyway, I do. Basically, it's, you're not getting paid. You're not getting paid for it. I believe you're not supposed to even make money, and you're not supposed to be selling stuff on over the airwaves. Anyway, exactly. That's another thing. It's a hobby. Well, not really. Some people see that's another debate. I know there was a channel that used to always mention that it's not a hobby. It is a hobby. For me, it's a hobby, but it could also be life-saving thing to have. It's a hobby, but it could also be a life-saving thing or life, whatever you want to call it. I know there's always that. Well, if it's an emergency, you're allowed to, yeah, you can, but do you want to wait for an emergency before you can? And plus, when you do get the license, you learn how to properly. That's another word. You properly. That's a big one. For example, I know people in the CB world, which I don't have anything against CB. I don't trust me. But I know people because you get that argument. Well, I'm on the CB band. Why do I have to get my amateur license? Well, the CB band in the United States, you're only limited to what? How many watts? Is it 5 watts or 6 watts? I forgot what it is. Somebody refresh me. Elmer, please. Somebody refresh me. Refresh my head about that. Okay? And you're limited to that band. That's it. Again, you're limited to that band. When you get your amateur license, you open up more bands that you can talk through. 5 watts. There you go. So that argument is stupid. I'm gonna say when people when CB well, I don't need my license. Well, legally, you're only limited to 5 watts. Of course, in CB band you have the Super Bowl and all that, which is illegal. I'm gonna say it's illegal. It is illegal. So you're limited to 5 watts on that band. That's it. That's it. Okay. Now, when you get your license, you're limited to whatever license you have. So I'm limited to certain bands right now that I can operate because I took the test and I got the call sign, and it gives you privileges. That's the word, privileges. Just like when you get a driver's license, right? Yeah, Jim. Okay, so somebody knock on my door. Okay. Oh, all right. Yes, Jim. GMRS. You can go up to 50 watts. Yes, exactly. And by the way, that you need a license. Although that one you don't have to take a test. You just pay for the license. You get a call sign, and that's it. That's what I did. For that one, you got to pay just a fee. You get a call sign for GMRS, and that one you can go up to 50 watts. You're right about that. All right. So yeah, you know, you don't have to get it, but you know, I finally chose to, and it's good for 10 years, and you renew it, and that's it. You renew it every 10 years, and you know, so yeah. Okay, so let me go back up here. So you're on 10 meters too. I don't see you right now. Right now, I don't see you, Paul. Yep. All right. So with Dwayne, hello, Dwayne from Tennessee. I hope you're doing well. 1 hour and 35 minutes in the books. I got 10 people watching, 18 likes. I know Jules is doing his Zoom meeting today, I believe. I know he mentioned that his Zoom meeting for the people that donated to his channel. Of course, I had this channel here, and yeah. So, and next Saturday I'll be on again. Next Saturday at 3 o'clock Eastern time. So let me go. Yeah, so no buffering. Okay, good. Yeah, because my screen just froze for a second. Anyway, the ad is gonna be on in 10 seconds. So let me stand up and stretch for a piece while the ad plays. We'll look out here for a minute. All right, let me get my bottle of water. All right, ice cold water. I get some ice cold water. Yeah, so in my case, I wish I could have done it sooner. You know, when I got back into the hobby of shortwave listening and all that, I wish I could have got my lesson sooner. But you know what? Everything happened for a reason. When I got back to the hobby, I didn't know the stuff that I know now. I learned just like everybody else. You learn, and then I finally decided, oh, I'm gonna take the plunge and get my amateur license, and I'm glad I did. And I wish I could have done this sooner. So yeah, I know that person has an obsession issue. Yeah, and he had another channel, and his channel's gone again. So I guess he crawls on out of his rock every so often and tells people that it's not a hobby. Something mentally wrong with that guy. I swear to God. Yeah, I have to work on it, man. Radio. I have to work on that. That means you could do FT8 contact, and then one day when we do a voice contact. Yeah. So that is no. I haven't seen you, Paul. I'm checking every so often. I haven't seen you. Guys, you know, if I could see you, I would. I haven't seen you at all. I haven't seen no contacts. Yeah. Yeah, and that's nothing. Not everybody gets the ad. From what I've been told and before, some people get the ad, some people don't get the ad. So I might as well when I see because YouTube gives me like a countdown when the ad is coming. So usually when I get the countdown on the lower corner of the screen, I just say, okay, you know what? Because I don't want to talk and the ad comes on and people miss out on that in the live thing. Now, of course, when you do the replay, you know, you can just watch the whole thing. But I don't want to do the live stream and the ad comes on and somebody missed out on what I was talking about. So I just say, you know what? I'll wait a few seconds. Yeah. So I hope that answers your question, Sid. Just ready to check. I hit a repeater and it's 35 miles from here with a handheld. Yeah, I'm telling you, even with the handhelds. You know, like I know. I was watching. I'm gonna come. See if you on TikTok. She has a YouTube channel. So I'm gonna let me talk about her for a second. You know, if you got a handheld, yeah. If you hit a repeater, you can talk. You know, My repeaters are fairly close, but yeah, if you get a repeater, and you can talk far. Her TikTok channel. Let me go to my TikTok, and I'm gonna go to her TikTok. But she did a live stream last weekend. I was on Sunday. Was it Sunday or the Saturday night she did it? Let me go. I gotta go to my. What's that? What happened to my? I gotta scroll down to the bottom. Hold on. Okay, just give me a minute. Let me put her TikTok link on my. She's on YouTube also. You could just search for the same name. Anyway, she did a live stream last week. I was in there and I was talking. Glam Ham. Natalie, that's her name, Natalie. Her call sign is she's an extra. What a call sign? It's not the I had a call sign. What is a call sign? Call sign. Let me check on my forget it. Anyway, you'll see. You anyway, so she was showing D Star and DMR with the and she had a handheld and she was talking to somebody in Australia. The handheld. It was a first she did I think D Star. She was showing D Star and then she did DMR and it was pretty cool, and then she did the HF. Her live stream is very entertaining. It's nice. I have to say, So she has TikTok account. I think she has about 50,000, 55,000 followers on TikTok. She has a YouTube channel. It's not as big as I think it's like 2,500 or 28. Oh yeah, it's 2,800 or something. She about to hit 3,000. Because I had on TikTok I watched some of her other videos. So I finally caught on a live stream and then I was in there and talking. It was on for like 2 hours. But it was, so if you're on TikTok, people think when you go on TikTok, if you subscribe to those people, you're gonna get their content on me. I'm on TikTok. I'm not active on TikTok, but there's people that I follow on TikTok that are like radio people. That's all I follow. And a couple other people, but that's it. But that's a perfect example of a handheld. You don't need you could with a technician license, you could do D Star, DMR, talk around the world. I know people say, well, it's not really part of it is repeatable, part of it. You still need to hit a repeater that has D Star or DMR. Elmer has a video that he talked about all the different what's it called modes. What is it called? What is it? Those are like proprietary and like Echo Link, things like that. And you could do that with a technician. You don't need general. You don't need. You could do it with. You could do that with those. But it was good that she was demonstrating that, and she's talking to somebody in Australia with D Star. Oh yeah, I didn't put my PSK on yet. I should have done that. Yeah, you reminded me about that too. Ham radio, ham radio, Mad Radio DX. I'm sorry, but yeah, well, you're Ham Radio DX now too. Mad Ham Radio DX. Yeah, let me put PSK reporter. Let me see. Wow. Yeah, conditions are better today. Look at that. Wow, I'm lighting up the map today. Yeah, I was heard all the way up in Edmonton, Alberta, Canada, and all the way down to, let me zoom out. Oh, even in Yellowknife. Okay, I see. Yeah, look at it right here. This is what Mary this is talking about right here. See, this is PSK reporter. So right now I'm 10 meters since I've been on for what has it been? Almost an hour now. I've been heard all the way up here in what's that, Russia? Excuse me, what's that? Sweden. Let me zoom out a little bit. This is 10 meters. Technician license. You don't need a general for this. Sweden. Okay. Of course, Spain. I know that Spain. All the way down here to Ecuador, Puerto Rico, all the way up here, Yellowknife, Canada, Northwest Territory, Canada. Okay. And what's the other one? Dominican Republic. Okay. So yeah, my rated DX. So conditions are better today. A lot better. Yeah. A lot better today. Wow. Mm. Oh yeah, I get another. I need I need a few states, but I could also use. Man, I really want a couple of few South American countries. Will be nice today. I forgot you reminded me about PSK reporter. Yeah, yeah, Mad Ham Radio DXA. James Radio check. The GMRS repeaters are all hooked up to each other in the Midwest. You can literally talk to hundreds of miles. Yeah, exactly, exactly, exactly. You can Let me see, Paul. I'm gonna leave it like that 3 hours, right? So let's see what happens. Oh yeah. Oh my God. Look at Paul. Wow. Yeah. And of course, I'm using the G90 with 20 watts. So I'm using the G90 with 20 watts. I don't know what he's using, but I'm using the G90. Yeah. Wow. Look at that. We got all the way down here to what's that? What country is that? That's that Mauritania. What is that? That's not. I know. What's this country right here? Wow. Yeah, that. Nice. Nice. I don't know what this country down here is. I gotta zoom in there. Zoom in there. Zoom in there. Oh, South. What is it? What is that? Okay. Wow. It's pretty cool. Yeah. So what radio are you using for what? How much power? Wow. St. Denis. Okay. That's what I think it is. I have to go look up my map up there, but it's all the way up there right now. I can't see it. Yeah, it's a small island. It's away from Madagascar. I don't know what that island is. Yeah, you can tell the equinox is coming. Look at how straight determined it is. Okay. Wow. Yep. It's pretty cool. Yeah, and this is fun. This is fun. That's the main thing. Radio was a radio ID. So if you ever think about getting your license, you know, you can do stuff like that too. Like I wish I could have done this sooner. Okay, so you're running the Kenwood TS 590 SG at 100 watts. Okay, yeah. That's a nice one. I like that. I like that Kenwood. I I was this close to getting, I believe, that model on Craigslist. The guy was selling it, but he said, I'm only going to sell it to if you have a license. He was selling it for a good price, but he said, you got to have an amateur radio license to really sell it to. So, of course, at that time, I didn't have my license. And I could have made him a nice offer. That would have been my first rig. He was selling it for a good price. I forgot what was the price, but I know it was way below. It was way below, but he made it clear, I'm only going to sell it to another operator. And at that time, I didn't have my license, so he wasn't going to sell it to me. Unless I could have told him, oh, I'm going to get my license, but I didn't want to. I said, whatever. But have I got my license, I would have said, yo, listen, I just got my license, yo, hook me up. And who knows, that could have been my first rig, the TS 590. So, but I already had the Yaesu already. I had the Yaesu. I bought the Yaesu like 2 years before I got my license. I bought the Yaesu right before the pandemic. I had bought the Yaesu. So that's why I already had a radio. It was just not, 100-watt radio transceiver. But yeah, that could have been my first because I like that Kenwood. But I'm radio ID, yeah, but I'm only running 20 watts. He's running 100 watts. So of course, the more power. Also, your antenna, how resonant your antenna is. For that antenna, I made a video on that radio ID. It's a long wire outside. It's called an end-fed antenna. It's about 80 feet of wire. It starts from one side of the yard and it goes all the way up to like a slope, or all the way to the top of about 35, 40 feet above ground is on a tree branch. So that's a long wire that I'm using. So, and that connects to the G90. I can show you that radio ID. Radio ID. So you see that thick cable? That's my coax. That's coming into that switch. Of course, I need to clean this up and mount it on the wall and all that. That's the one thing I have to do eventually. And then that coax goes into the G90. So, excuse me, let me focus on that. The G90. And then the frequency is right there. It's 28.074. And this thing has trouble focusing in there. Okay, so there you go. See? So that's the G90. When I do get the general, my next radio is going to be the Icon 7300. So my next radio is going to be the Icon 7300, 100 watt. So when I get the general, I will reward myself with that radio. But I love the G90. It's a nice little rig. SDR. Yeah, I know you have. I like your X6100. I like that one too. I like that radio too. But definitely, the next brick is gonna be the. It's just the wind blowing the other. Icon 7300. IC 7300. That is gonna be my next rig. All right. So radio ID scan. What radius do you have? I don't understand the question by that radius. You talking about range? It depends on conditions. That's another thing on radio ID. It depends on see today, right now, 10 meters is okay. I'm gonna say it's good. It's good. It's favorable. Today's favorable. Oh, how many radios do I have? Last time I counted, probably about 100 or so. Maybe about 100. So, and hello, Keegan DXer. Good afternoon from Northwest Arkansas, 81 degrees Fahrenheit and sunny. And hello, Keegan. Good to see you, Keegan. Keegan DXer. Paul VT Radio on the first day of autumn. The Terminator will be straight up and down. Very cool. It's good to know. Yeah. So let me refresh over here. Yeah. So this is her TikTok. Glam Ham. And that's her TikTok. So she's on YouTube also. I'll look up her YouTube channel. But so when you go on TikTok, if you want to see radio related content, she's one of them that I would look at first. And then the other guy is the other guy. Let me go. Let's see the other guy. The other guy I talk to a lot on TikTok is let me see what's his I have to go to my profile. Let me see the other guy. It's a little slow on the desktop. I noticed TikTok. So the other guy I follow on TikTok is this guy. N6PUD. So because he has a G90, he makes a lot. But he has other radios. He's a big CB guy too. So he also has a YouTube channel, but he's of course in TikTok he has more followers on TikTok. So he does a lot of live streaming too, which is cool. He lives in California. Actually, both of them are from California. Glamham is also from California. She lives in LA. I think she was also she actually been in a couple of movies because she's an actress. She's also an actress. I know she has. When you go to her page, she has an IMDb. She's been on a couple of. She also does. She also done like interviewing. She's also an interviewer. So it's pretty cool. I know. The nut job. She's like to me. That's a good ambassador for radio because she'll bring in people like that. There's people that that's why I say when you're gonna represent the hobby, like I said, I seen people and I met people that were like very stuck up. I'm trying to be nice about the word stuck up until I get to well, I'm almost near my second hour, but I don't want to talk like that today because I got a couple of. I know I'm trying not to do that, but you know what I'm saying. They frown upon me. I want to encourage young people to get into the hobby. So she's one of them. I can see that when she explains things, she slows down. She explains it simple, and I like that. That's why I say because there's people that were asking her a lot of questions, and she took the time to answer questions and all that. I don't know. Well, my sound. Well, somebody will tell me my sound. It might be your computer because I haven't touched anything over here. Although I hit the mic a couple of times, so maybe that too. I tend to do that too. I hit the mic. The mic is all the way down here right now. Yeah, exactly. Not only stuck up, but obsessive, arrogant. Yeah. So she's very welcoming in her channel. She was trying to read as many in the chat. You know, because I trust me, I go to I've been on and TikTok. I've been to live stream with she very. That's why. So I recommend her channel. I recommend if you go on TikTok, I recommend that you check out her channel and N6PUD. Check out his channel. Because I know some people don't want to go on TikTok. Oh, because it's Chinese or no. Oh, you go on TikTok. You don't have to watch all that stupid content. Mine is geared toward. I watch amateur radio stuff. I have a couple of shortwave listeners that they have. TV Radio 1972 is on that too, on TikTok. So I tend to follow people like that more. And of course, a couple of astronomers that I follow on TikTok. This one that he does a lot of live streaming, and he shows like the sun. He has a telescope with the filters and all that. He shows the sun. Okay, I don't know. I don't know what's going on. I cannot help you right now. Everybody says fine. I don't know. I don't know what you're talking about right now. All right. So Keegan, yes, my sister from my dad's side. Oh, I skipped one of them. Sorry, Keegan. My dad W9JEF has an Icon 7300 since August 2019. Okay, and then I go back down here and then we're doing radio ID scan. Do you find the antenna? I don't know what antenna. You talking about the one I'm using for this? Yeah, that one I bought. You can make it, but I bought mine from eBay a few years ago, a long time ago, like a long time ago. Okay, I got a contact here. Okay, come on, 73. Roger, 73. No, I'm gonna let it a couple of more. Yeah. So okay, got signal, semi signal. Now, okay, there you go. Okay, let me log this one here. I'm going to QRZ. Let me close a couple of tabs. I'm gonna close a couple of tabs because I don't want because this guy's already saying that my sound is cutting. I don't understand how but it might be happening to him only. So let me log this contact. So I made another. Okay, KG 6AY. What over here? What's wrong with you today, bro? KG. I'm on the second hour now, so it's 2 hours in the books. So, okay, so let me log in. Let me log with him. I don't even send confirmations no more. If they want to confirm with me, that's fine. But when I do the QSA thing now, and it says you want to send confirmation, sometimes I do, sometimes I don't. Because I'm at the point now where I went on a whole rant about that a few weeks ago. Okay, so there you go. So log that guy. And let me go back. Just give me a second. Let me see his logbook. Okay. Yeah, his yeah, he doesn't update his QSS. So I'm not even gonna bother sending content. All right, so let me confirm here. Boom. And thank you. Okay. Sorry about that. All right, so let me go back to I was covering over here. Yeah, Matt, not ready. Radio ID for this transceiver is a long wire. It's called an NFED. You can make one, but in this case, I bought mine. Basically, it's something like this. The antenna it's like it's an NFED. This one is not an NFED. This is more for dipole. But it's something like this, long wire on one end, and you have this on this end. And you have to, you have to make sure that like that NFED can handle up to 200 watts. The NFED that I have connected to this one. This one can handle up to 500. Okay, this balun can handle up to 500. The one I have the connected to that is not a balun, it's an unin. Okay, so you know, it just has one wire coming in, and that's it. It's one. It's it's called an unin. It has another screw on the side, but that's for the ground. But this one, you could actually for a dipole on both sides. You can run wire on both sides. Okay, this is what I could use this tool for that. I'll leave it right here. So it's that type, that type of. I mean, there's other antennas, and when you get into that whole, there's many different antennas you can use. There's different, like mine is just a sloper. Mine is just slope going up to the tree. You can do an inverted V. You can do an inverted L. An inverted L. You can do a dipole. They have like what they call a double bazooka and all. They have all these different design. Delta loop. When it's that low power, hamradio has a loop like he transmits on. A loop antenna also you can use. There's so many. They can use a vertical antenna, and they have vertical antennas for it. It varies. There's so many different. It depends on if you got the space for it. If I didn't have the space for it, I would have got a vertical. I could put it on my roof. I could have got a vertical. It just depends. There's so many variables too. That's one thing. Shortwave listening is great. And you're gonna learn. You're gonna learn a lot with shortwave listening. But when you're going to amateur radio, that's a whole different thing now. That's a whole different thing too, because now you have to make sure that your antenna is resonant, is balanced in terms of you're not gonna transmit with when you don't have a match, when it's you're not gonna transmit when your SWR is like 3. You're not gonna do that. You're gonna blow out your radio. So you have to, it's a lot. But you know what? It's another. That's one thing. Like hamradio. I'm gonna quote what he said when he started his channel a long time ago. And correct me if I'm wrong, hamradio. His name hamradio. He was a medium wave DXer, long wave DXer, FM DXer, right? But as time go by, they're closing down a lot of long wave stations. They're starting to close a lot of medium wave stations are getting closed down. That part of the hobby is slowly, So this is another aspect of the radio hobby. It's amateur radio. It's making contacts and things like that. And inside the amateur radio, there's different. There's CW, which is Morse code, right? There's, of course, you can talk, single sideband. And then you have digital. What I'm doing, this is digital. Okay, so within the amateur radio, there's also different modes. There's, okay. So I want to show you that so that way yeah, well, okay. Let me go back up here. Okay, so let me Keegan, yes, my sister from my dad's side in North Attleboro, Massachusetts, 45 minutes west of Boston, said Wednesday there was a state of emergency. The area was hardest. Was it the hardest? 9 inches of rain, and wow, was it really 9? Wow. The part 2 of that is the area had more rain, tornado watch, lightning, thunder. When this is over, the area on the outer rungs of Hurricane Lee for 3 days over the weekend did not look good. Yeah, I know hurricane. I'm telling you, it was a big It was a big hurricane. Because over here we're just getting the winds. Today's better now because it's further up now. It's up there. It's by where Daniel Mark LeBlanc is at. He said now he's getting the I believe he's getting the remnants of that. But over here for the last few days, maybe about the last 3 days, we were just getting winds. I wanted to go out there last night and put on my portable and maybe I could do some DXing. The weather was nice and cool, but it was just too windy. It was too windy. I just it's too windy out here because the trees kept shaking and all that. I hear the leaves. I said, no, I can't do a video out here at night. I can't. It was just too with the wind. It was just too windy. But I know that's the remnants of and right now, of course, even in the coast, right now, they put a warning out here not to go swimming because of the waves and all that. So it's a big storm. It really is affecting the coastal, you know, waves and stuff. So 2 hour and 9 minutes in the book, 16 people watching, 19 likes. Thank you, thank you, thank you for watching. So yeah, so it is a big storm. And but I mean, we're lucky that it didn't it landed directly because that looked like when you look at the satellite view of that thing, it looks as big as you remember Katrina, how big and wide it was. It's really big, that storm. So I was when I was try. I mean, we all been tracking. I've been tracking. I'm like, please don't let this thing hit New York. Oh boy, I said, just keep it away from us, please. I don't want that storm here. So we thank God we missed that storm. Thank God. Yeah, I hope she's okay too. Yeah. So Marriott just say it's okay here to stream. Okay, so it's got to be on your side, Radio ID. Keegan, yes, my sister had water flowing in her basement. But otherwise, she's fine. Okay. Well, the main thing is, as long as she's fine, I know. That's why I moved up here because I didn't want water coming in my basement one day, and then, but like again, I could care about all this. I care less about all this. My thing is, as long as she's safe, then thank God she's okay. Everything can be replaced. All this can be replaced. Even the stuff that okay, yeah, this old, yeah, it might not. Doesn't matter. It's material stuff. I could care less about it. You know. Main thing is she's okay. So Radio ID said, "Don't I can't hear it, but don't worry." Okay, and okay. And Paul said he has to go for a nap before dinner. Okay, so take care, Paul. Married DXL, I also use a long wire wrapped around my window frame. Funny enough, is giving me the best. Yeah, that's why. Yeah, you'd be surprised sometimes how things work. I know Glam Ham, and I looked it up too, because she kept calling it the HOA Buster. I didn't know what it was. I was like, "What's the HOA Buster?" And she's, transmitting on the HOA Buster. So it's a balun. It's a balun, and it's a short wire. It clips onto your gutter, to your rain gutter. But your rain gutter has to be a certain, it cannot be connected to a fence or anything. I was reading about it. So they call it the HOA Buster. So it's a balun. It has a spike. You spike it on the ground, and it has enough of a lead that clips onto the rain gutter, and then it uses your rain gutter as the antenna, and that's pretty cool. I was like, wow, because I have rain, I have gutters, obviously. I thought about doing that for listening, but in her case, she uses it for that. I don't know how resonant it is, but but yeah, it's called the HOA Buster. And if you Google it, look at the HOA Buster antenna. So, and I saw it. It's a balun basically with a thing. You can spike it on the ground. You can spike it on the ground, and then you connect there's a lead that connects to. There's a ground lead. Obviously, there's a ground one that goes to the ground. There's one that connects to the antenna to the gutter. Has a clip. I think it's a clip. You clip it to the rain gutter. The bottom of the gutter, the spout. You clip it there, and it uses your rain gutter as an antenna. Which I'm gonna look into that. I want just for listening, see if that works. 'Cause my rain gutter, I can just run one and run it in here. See, with just a regular wire. See if I could, I think that'd be interesting. Rain gutter antenna. So it's called the HOA Buster. In fact, you know why? Let me look it up while I read a couple of. I'm gonna look it up right now. I'm here. I'm live. Might as well look it up myself. HOA Buster. Yeah, so it's 10 to 80 meters. They have one here, alphaantenna.com. And this is the way it looks. If I can show. Okay, this is the way it looks. I'll show you right now, folks. So this is alphaantenna.com. This is what they call the HOA Buster. You got a zoom in picture. So I guess it has that lead. And then what you do is, let me see. Let me see what that. I wish I had a different picture I could show you. So you see that balun? If you can see it, can I zoom? Oh, there you go. Okay, my bad. So you see this balun? It's spiked into the ground, right? And then you got this lead that is a wire that goes around here, and it's clipped onto the gutter. You see that? And then right here is where you connect the coax. You connect that coax that goes to your shack. 10 to 80 meters plus 440 to 900 megahertz. So you can also do UHF on that, which is pretty cool. And that's for like it's a HOA buster. So I guess you're in an HOA area, nosy neighbors and all that stuff. You can't put antenna. You can use a gutter as an antenna. Okay, and this one can handle up to 250 watts single sideband. That's pretty cool. 250 watts, and I got custom colors for the balun. So you match it with your, HOA. Like for example, like they probably think that there's some kind of irrigation system. I don't know. Because the neighbors say, "Oh, what is that thing?" Oh, don't worry, that's just for my irrigation system. No need to look over here. This is for my irrigation, or something, or this is for this is a sensor to keep the burglars away. I don't know, some kind of sensor. You could, whatever. They don't know. And you see the lead that goes into your house, you could probably bury it under the rocks or something. But that's pretty cool. So defeat your HOA with that HOA Buster antenna. Because my Radio DX, right? You say you got your wire around the window frame, which is pretty cool. I'm gonna look into something like this because I have this. Yeah, well, I don't need it in my case. I could do what I want in my house. But I do have this gutter thingy. I could try something like this. Maybe I'll hook that one up to go down to the boiler room and see if that works. I want to make a video on this. Maybe make my own HOA buster. Unless Alpha Antenna wants to send me one and sponsor this video that I'm talking about right now, I can make a video for them about this. So Alpha Antenna, if you're out there, hit me up and let me know. It's $249 though. It's a little pricey for me, but hey, if I lived in an HOA, I can see that because I that's what she was showing. She was her license. She was using this one to make contacts. That's what she was using. HOA Buster. She was making contacts with that. No, let me go back up here. Excuse me. Excuse me. Already ID scan. I'm not gonna talk about that. Please don't ask me about your channel name and all that. Like, that's your business. I mean, for your channel, it suits it because that's what you do ID. I know you post radio ID checks and all that. So I guess that suits your channel. Because I I checked out your channel the other day. I saw a couple of your videos. I saw that you post ID, radio ID stuff. Not my type of thing, but you know, I like more into tuning the radio stations if I can pick it up. Just posting ID scans, I don't know. It's just not for me. I don't know. But there you go. And then radio ID scan. Shortwave is not that good in business. I disagree with that because several U.S. stations, they people pay them to broadcast. Although, of course, like in this case in the United States, a lot of it is religious broadcasting. Not a lot of it, some of it, because I won't say a lot of it. Some of it, you know. For example, CFRX in Toronto, they use a shortwave station to relay the AM station. Okay, I wish more stations did that. You know, like for example, I know that they do that on FM. Like for example, WINS in New York, 1010 Wins now has an FM station that they simulcast. They call it simulcast. Yeah, FM is fine, but why not simulcast on shortwave if you want to get a global? But you know, I understand in 1010 Wins that's local news anyway. But for advertisers, for example, I can see for advertisers, right? Especially if you have a product that's sold nationally or internationally, why not advertise on shortwave? You see what I'm saying? So you can't say that it's not good for business. It can be good for business. It depends on your product or service. Okay. So I know it depends on the reach, who you want to reach. If we're talking about like advertisement, who are you trying to reach? If it's locally, then shortwave is not going to be for you. If it's a local product or local service that is, if it's targeted locally, then shortwave is not going to be for you. Now, if it's something that is going to be international product or service, and you want to reach out a broad audience, then shortwave is a viable option. If I had a business and not only I want to advertise AM and FM, I would advertise on shortwave too. That's what I would do. And it's probably cheaper to advertise on shortwave. Of course, again, the only thing about shortwave is your audience. You're gonna have a smaller audience in terms of shortwave listeners. Okay, as opposed to AM listeners, AM radio listeners. So it just you can't just blow off completely shortwave. And there's always that argument about the whole oh, but I can do everything streaming and I don't need shortwave. No, you know. I added I just opened up I had it for a while, but I updated it. You ever heard of Q I'm gonna pronounce it. I hope I don't butcher it. Quora or Quora. I'll put the website too. I'm gonna get the ad in 40 seconds anyway. So while the ad is gonna play, I'll put the website up. Let me put my actually let me go to it's gonna be on in about 27 seconds. So let me go to my thing. I'll look it up right now. I'll show you what some people post. And let me go to my profile for that. So the ad's gonna be on in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay. While the ad is playing, I'm gonna show you this. All right, so the ad should be over or skip the ad. I'm going to pronounce that wrong. I think it's Quora. I need Google to tell me this stuff. I mean, it does, but I don't want to go there. Anyway, so they have like questions. People ask questions all the time about stuff. So I try to answer some of them. People post questions, and so this is my account. Okay, all of these accounts are on my all my links page. I'm gonna put the link in a. Let me put the link on the chat. This is my all my links page. All my social media is there. If you want to follow me on other social media and other, I have, I just added a lot of other stuff. So that's that. So the reason why I add this because sometimes I have a question and somebody answers it. So if I can help somebody out with a question, so people post. Let me see. For example, these are requests, right? I'm not gonna bother with that one because that's something else. So somebody posed this question: does shortwave radio serve a function in today's world? Right? Somebody posed that question. So you have about 25 answers already. Okay. So here we go. So these are some of the answers, and people right there. So when you say, "Oh, shortwave," not you, but in general, when people say, "Why should I listen to shortwave?" Is it people tell you why? This is all the answers you're gonna get. In my case, for example, when I got back into shortwave, I discovered amateur radio, even though I knew about it, but it really ignited the interest, right? In my case, shortwave radio listening ignited my interest in amateur radio, and therefore, I wound up getting my license. So you got your naysayers out there. Oh, shortwave radio is dead. No, it's not dead. He's not dead by a long shot. It's not dead. It's different, yeah, but it's not dead. And in my case, it was a catalyst to amateur radio. Okay, because when I listened to shortwave radio, I was like, okay, what is this noise that I'm hearing? And I asked Jules. Jules was the one in the chat room. He said, "Oh, that's FT8." No, it's not deaf. And please don't do that. He's not deaf. So yeah, like this guy's answering, right? Some sees broadcasting to the Americas, and so on. But there's still plenty of shortwave. And again, in my case, it propelled me into amateur radio. Okay. So if you read stuff like this, these it makes sense, especially there's some parts of the world that like third world country, which I don't really like using that term a lot, but there's some places that the infrastructure is not there. Not every place has cell phone towers right next to your house. Not every place has even a FM radio that can reach. So either they can be reached by medium wave or shortwave. Okay, there is still remote parts of this world that So this is viable for this medium. Okay. So when you post stuff like that, shortwave is there. You just sound like now you sound like an idiot, like a complete idiot. You do. You sound like an idiot when you say shortwave is dead. If you're trying to do it for shock value, you sound like an idiot. You don't know what you're talking about. So, but there is when people that live in like I say, a lot of why you think XX Data, Texan, They're still in business. There's still a lot of shortwave listening out there. It's not like back in the 80s. It's not like that's different. It's a lot different. But there are, there's other, there's stations that are out now that weren't out 20 years ago, and vice versa. Okay. So if you're gonna go on my shortwave listening channel and say shortwave is dead, you're 2 seconds away from getting the boot. So don't do that again. I'm gonna give you a warning, and that's it. The next warning you're gonna get from me is gonna be the boot. Okay, you're not gonna come on my shortwave channel and say shortwave is dead. So I hope I made it clear. All right, because I'm not gonna deal with juveniles. I'm sorry. I know you're young. You're a little, young, whatever. But you're not gonna come here and say shortwave is dead, because I'm just gonna shine the boot, and you're gonna get the end of that boot, and you're gonna be banned. That's it. Okay? I let you back in here, but you're gonna behave. You're gonna behave, or you're gonna get the boot. You understand? So I'm done with this topic now. We're moving on. So yeah, so you can answer. You can chime in and answer here. But when people say, "Oh, when you get questions like this, does shortwave radio server function in today's world?" Then this is why you're gonna get the answers. Okay, of course, see, like right here, for example, I'll give you this example. Many stations like the BBC still broadcast to Africa. Okay, Africa. Okay, again, we're talking about countries that don't have, every cell phone tower, every other hill is a cell phone tower. Doesn't work that way. Some people depend on shortwave radio or medium wave radio. Okay, so this argument about shortwave is dead is not dead. And in my case, like I said, when I got back into shortwave, I actually renewed my interest into amateur radio. Okay, so keep that in mind. All right. So let me read the comments, and then I like websites like this, because every time I have a question, I'll post it here and I'll get answers within. And if you need something to be fixed, or you have a you need to troubleshoot. It doesn't have to be radio related. It can be any topic. Okay, any topic you could talk about. They have it here. Mine is tailored toward radio, of course, but this, see, like this guy posted, is there better software than Grammarly? And you get answers, all this stuff here, So I've been using this website for years. When I have a question, it could be a technical question or a general question about something. Any question, doesn't have to be related, radio related. Any type of question, you can go here and post your what you want to ask, and you click on ask, and you'll get answers within minutes. Sometimes minutes, you'll get answers. So I have my account, and I put I answer radio questions. I also have other stuff like information system that I talk about, or self-employment, running a small business. So if people ask certain questions, I can post. So somebody asked this question: what is the best shortwave radio to buy? So I answered, if you're getting in today, this is what I posted. I would get the D109 or the R108 or whatever. I wouldn't get something too expensive, just to get into the hobby first, and so on, Okay, so people ask questions, I try to answer. All right. So that's Q Aura, right? Or Quora. I guess that's the way you pronounce it. Quora. So I'll post my profile, but you can go to mylinks.com/Dan the one or my anyway, I'll post the link to my profile first. But you could also go to just the Quora.com and just post your question there, and somebody is going to answer your question. You know, there's a lot of places you can go to for this stuff. You need anytime you need information. Oh, let me do this radio thing here first. So it's Quora. I guess that's the way you pronounce it, Quora. I've been using that for years. When I have a question about something specific, I go there, I post a question, and I'll get a whole bunch of answers. Of course, you have Chat GTP. That's the AI. And that gives you real time, but that's not a person answering. This is a person answering you. If you go to Chat GPT, that's artificial intelligence. That's the computer aggregating all this information, and it composes it and it puts it in a format to answer your question. Because I use Chat GPT also. I went in there, I post questions, sub questions, you know, and it aggregates all this information and puts it on in a format, you know, that you can read it. Of course, people use that to, and I wouldn't recommend that, especially you, radio ID. I know you're still in school. Don't use that to do your term papers and all that. Do not do that. That's cheating. Do not do that. Same thing with my son Sanjay. Do not use ChatGPT to make your term papers or your book reports. Don't do that. You know, back then when I did book reports, I had to go to the library. I had to get that book. I had to read that book. And you take out, you start writing out all the points about, you know, the what do you call it, the summary. You try to summarize what you read and put it into a condensed report. That's what a book report is. You read a story or whatever, and it doesn't have to be a story. It could be anything. It could be you know, it doesn't have to be a story. It could be like for example, anything, a technical instruction booklet or something. Yeah, summarize. Okay, what did you learn about this book? You know, if it's a technical book, what exactly did you learn from this book? But you need to do that. You need to learn how to formulate that on your own. Don't use ChatGPT to tell you what to write. That is cheating. Don't do that. All right. And listen, my son knows better than that. But so when you post a question in Quora, I'm gonna keep butchering the name. It's a person like me that's gonna come in there and I'm gonna try to answer the question as best as I can. And I've been using that for years, and it's been really helpful. Sometimes, you know, if it's a sorry, I hit the microphone. For example, I had a legal issue. Well, not really a legal issue. It was more of a what to expect when I went to family court, for example. I had to go to family court, and they wrote, saying, "Oh, it's just going to be this and this and this, and you're going to have to do, you know, present this." Okay, you know, and that's it. And you know how sometimes you don't know what's going to happen when you go somewhere. Is what kind of hearing it is. You know. So they tell you, no, it's going to be this procedure. So websites like that help you what to, you know, what to expect. Like, oh, how to get my driver's license. Okay. For example, how to get my driver's license. I mean, we all know how to do it, but if you go to Cure, they'll tell you what state. Okay, you need this document and this document. They go to. I think everybody knows how to get that, but things like that. Anyway, I'm moving on. Yeah. So Keegan, let me go back up here, and then I'm gonna start scrolling down. Yeah, you can sell Bibles on the Brother Stay Show. Yeah, you can. Well, he does. I think he does sell Bible. He does sell some other stuff. Well, not him, but you know his congregation is still running the thing. Yeah, I gotta catch up on a lot of stuff. I'm gonna skip some stuff because otherwise I'll be reading a lot of stuff, and I'm not doing that today. I'm not gonna read a lot of stuff. So I'm gonna skip some stuff. Sorry. I'll get back to it when I get back to it. I'm gonna go to here. Let me see. Sorry. Oh no. Okay, I can catch up a little bit. Never mind. I'll catch up. It's gonna be a little fast. Marriott Jackson, correct. And now I am doing much less shortwave listening videos because there is not much left on the band, apart from Pirates, which is true, and Odd Special. transmission station. Like same thing with me. Like I listen to shortwave. I don't listen to a lot of shortwave like I used to because I also have this preoccupied some of my time now. I also still enjoy medium wave listening. I still enjoy a lot of medium wave listening. So I enjoy listening to my scanners now. The police, New York City police, is going to go digital. They already started doing it now. I think Brooklyn precincts are digital now. I just saw that the other day. I haven't checked it. I need to hook up my scanner and start scanning, see what happened with the police. But there's a lot of different areas of radio listening. So I know in his case, he mentioned it in his channel that because of all the stuff going away, it pushed him into getting his license and doing FTA. That's the same thing with me. I got my license because of FTA. FTA. So everybody's different. Everybody's different. Radio ID. You're a young buck. I'm gonna say you're a kid. You're a kid. You do your FM radio scan, and that's fine. That's good. That's your first step into radio, and that's fine. When I don't know how old you are, but when I was my son's age, he's younger. My son's age, my first radio was a little transistor radio like this one right here, like one of these right here that my mom bought me, and it only had AM radio. It only had AM radio, and I was living in Puerto Rico at the time. And I didn't like Spanish. Even though I could speak Spanish, I did not want to hear a lot of Spanish programming. I wanted to hear, because my mom just uprooted me from the Bronx, went back to Puerto Rico. I miss all my friends in the Bronx, so I was homesick. So my AM radio, I got to listen to English programming again because some of it I heard from Florida, meeting with DX from Florida. There was an English station coming out of the Virgin Islands. So that was my escape. My AM radio was my escape because I was homesick. I missed United States. I was in Puerto Rico. And Puerto Rico, I know it's part of the United States, but when I'm 8 years old, 9 years old, you don't know anything. I was homesick, and I was like, I miss English programming. So when I started listening, it opened up a whole new world. And that's what it did. It opened up a whole new world. Just like shortwave listening opens up a whole new world for a lot of people. I cannot travel all over the world. Guess what? Shortwave listening provides some of that. I'm listening to a radio station from Romania. I'm listening to a radio station from Japan. And so on. It's an escape. For me, it's an escape. Okay, well, let me try this guy. Oh, but I already make. Nah, you know what? I already make content. I'm not gonna. Yeah, because FTA. Yeah, it's another thing. If you already made, for example, let me get back to FTA for a second. When they're in blue like that, that means you already made. No, but then again, I already make. Yeah. Green is you already make contact with them. When it's green, you already blue is CQ, but I already make with those countries I make contact with the countries. I'm trying to find a new country right now, so I'm not. That's why I'm not going back and forth, and I'm not. I see something that piques my attention, then I'll slide over there. Yeah, so I agree with you, my Radio Vex. That's the way I feel. Kicking this, I remember watching ABC World News tonight with the coverage of Hurricane Katrina and Hurricane Rita in 2005. I remember some reports from Alexandria, Louisiana. And watch coverage of Hurricane Leon on ABC World News and affiliate WCVB Channel 5 in Boston. Okay. Yeah. Can you look up I'm going to look it up after the stream. Right now I'm behind the stream. And I'm at the time where, anything's almost at the 3-hour mark. So I have to look that up afterwards. Yeah. Yeah. So remember you said you don't have to say it's yours. Instead, yeah, it is HOA, but eh. He and this at my new house is an HOA zone. I may look into that. Oh, okay. Oh, you're in the HOA zone. I didn't know that, Keegan. Yeah, the HOA Buster antenna. But if yeah, you can look at, but or you can make your own. I don't know. I'm thinking about making my own, just as an experiment. Yeah, just radio check. Defeat your HOA. Just fire them. Yeah. Well, I don't live in one. I could care less for it, but I know my sister-in-law. Uh, when she lived in Florida, she was a HOA. Then she moved to Indiana, and that looks like that's another HOA type thing over there too. Me personally, I cannot live in an HOA thing because I gotta have my antennas. You're not gonna tell me what to, even if I gotta pull out that whole. I'm a Trummer radio operator, and I'm gonna do it regardless because it's federal law. It's protected under whatever. I'm gonna pull out that card on them. But I understand the whole HOA thing because it works both ways. For example, like I don't want to buy a house because see, the HOA thing is there for a reason, and I'll tell you why. As many people as HOA, whatever. I don't want to move it. Like for example, I'll give you an example. We were looking at a house in Florida. It was a nice looking house, not bad looking house. It was a nice looking house. And my wife and I looking at each other like, wow, it's a nice lawn and everything. But I looked over and I saw the neighbor. When I saw the neighbor, the house they selling, that's the house that we were looking at, clean. Everything is clean, nice lawn, everything is cut nice and everything. The minute I looked at the neighbor, he had junk in front of the house. There was weeds all over the house. The wall looked like this. Somebody with dirty hands went like this to the wall. It looked like a slum. And then the other house next door looked like a little bit, slummy too. So that told me right away the area is a slum. Even though they fixed up this house to be nice for the people to look at it. If your area is a slum, guess what? Why? Because you got slummy neighbors. Like me, I live in this house. I cut my grass. I clean the front of my house. I sweep the sidewalk and all that every so often. I go out there with a broom. I sweep the sidewalk and all that. But if I look across the street on the other side, there's slobs. There's always a bottle on the floor, or the receptacle is full to the top, and there's garbage, papers flying all over the place. That's what HOA does. HOA puts a stop to that. HOA say, well, what's good for this house is gonna be good for your house. If he's cutting the grass, you better cut your grass. So the HOA serves a purpose. Okay, add in 3, 2, 1. Let me sip some water. Let me try this one. Maybe I got another state. I'm gonna try this guy for a minute. Let's see. I think I might have did already. Let me see what happens. Yeah, so HOA serves a purpose, because you got people like, for example, next door neighbor, they're bringing like 10 people in the house. They're gonna have a barbecue in front of the house, and then they're bringing cars over and they blocking your driveway. No, that's a nuisance. HOA puts a stop to that. HOA said, listen, you're gonna control your activity in this house, or you're gone. You're not gonna be a resident of this neighborhood. So HOA. Some people need HOA. I'm sorry. Some people cannot live among others. It's simple as that. So I get the whole argument about HOA. I do. Because that's what happened to me. We were looking at the house, a nice looking house, everything. But when I looked at my neighbors, I say, oh boy, no, 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 no. I don't want to move in here. Not with that slob and this ghetto looking person over here at this house. No, I'm done. I don't want to. Sorry, nice house, but we're not interested. That's what happens. So it works both ways. That's why HOA is important for that. For that reason, people just some people just can't live among other people, and they don't belong in places like that. They don't belong in places like that. They don't. When you got neighbors that they can't clean up after themselves, why should you live next to them? You know what? You need to go to a slum. You want to live like a third world person, then you shouldn't be in an HOA neighborhood. That's what HOAs are there for. I know they take a bad rap for the whole antenna thing, but they're there to serve especially elderly people. You know, they don't want to deal with that. Like me. Like, I don't want people parking in front of my driveway. Like, no, get out of my driveway. Why are you on my driveway? Get the hell off my driveway. Why you hanging out in front of my house? Get out, get the hell out of here. Why are you loitering in front of my house? That's why HOA, when you live in an HOA, they don't put up with that nonsense. They don't put up with that nonsense. They're gonna say, okay, where you live at? You don't live around here, you need to go. You need to not be hanging around in front of here. You need to go. That's what HOA does. Okay. So yeah, it makes sense. It does make sense because that's what HOAs do. You're paying for the peace of mind and security and all that stuff. And they also keep the area secure. There's usually a gated community. So you're not going to have people just going in there and doing drive-bys and doing wheelies and all this nonsense. Like what's happening over here with the stupid scooters and all that. Illegal scooters, illegal e-bikes. They don't put up with that stuff. That's why HOA serves a purpose. Yeah, it may suck for radio hobby or for satellite. If you're into satellite, good night, radio ID. And, it may suck for those things, but it serves a purpose. It's to enforce stupid neighbors. I'm gonna say it. There's some people that just cannot live among other people. They're too much of a pig. They can't keep their lawns manicured and all that, whatever. They just can't. They can't pick up after their own house. I'm telling you, that house, we were looking at it. My wife and I, we were like, man, it's a nice looking. It had like about a half acre of land. So I was like, man, that's a nice piece of land. But the minute I saw the neighbors around me, I said, no. I saw one with I don't know if it was a rebel flag, whatever. I was like, okay, yeah, crazy. I'm gonna say crazy redneck. I'll say, okay, forget about this guy. Then the other one was like, it was like a junkyard in front of his house. It was a junkyard. It looked like a junkyard. And I said, no, forget it. I said, we didn't even go inside the house. I didn't want to walk in the house. I said, no, I already saw everything. When I saw the property, I said, nice property. The minute I saw the houses, yeah, probably. But when I saw the house, then I saw the next house with the junkyard or not, I said, I forget it. The other one was the flag was big. We're talking about Florida. Okay, whatever, that's fine. But you know what? When you fly a flag like that, I'm sorry, you're telling people you're not welcome. New Yorkers are not welcoming. I say, okay, you know what? I take the message. I say, New York plates are on our car. I said, we're New Yorkers. Although, I don't agree with the New York politics. But I said, no, I don't want to deal with this. I said, I don't want to deal with this. I said, and the house was a good price. But I saw the surrounding, the junk, I said, no, bye-bye. I can't live among people like this. Junk. It's just junk. You're like a slum. It was a slum. So I say, oh, no, sorry. No way I'm going to move into a place where, I got who knows over here, whatever. I don't want to get the whole thing about that, but I say, no, I can't do this. No, nope. Not for this price. No, I wouldn't even done it anyway. I got that vibe right away. And I said, nah, bro, this is not a nice place to live. The house was nice. It was fixed up, realtor, they probably painted it, fixed it up. It looked, but I saw the neighbors. That's why HOA serves a purpose, people. So don't bash HOA for that. Now, antenna wise, I guess I understand because there's some people that go overboard too. Like if I move into HOA, I'll have an antenna for my radio. I'm not gonna have a freaking tower, a big freaking 50-foot tower with the no, common sense. I'm sorry, now you just being an a-hole. Yeah, you know, but that's the yeah, it's the good. There's a good and a bad with HOA. I don't have that problem because I don't live in a HOA. I don't live in an HOA, so I don't care. I don't have that problem. But I have the other problem that people are stupid and they like to camp out in front of my house every so often, and I have to remind them to get the hell out in front of my house. So I have that issue. Like I come outside. Do I know you? Are you looking for anybody here? No, then you need to be like, move along. You can't be in front of my house just standing there looking at my house because you're creeping me out. Get away. Go away. Or you parked in front of my house playing your music. Go away. Bye-bye. Go away. I'm sorry. So HOA wouldn't put up with that. HOA, this neighbor likes to bring 10 people over and they always party every night and they like to stay up late and make noise. HOA gonna have a talk with them and say, listen, you can't do this. You can't have a party every night. This is not Studio 54, whatever the F it is. You need to get your stuff together or you're not gonna be part of this community. That's it. Because we have people like that. When I moved in here, we had a neighbor like that over here. Every party that woman threw, it was 100 people or more. Next door, 100 people or more. She had a party. The last party I called the police on her. I finally called the police. I had enough. She had 100 people in there. They had a mariachi band in there. They had a band, mariachi band playing the back. Mariachi. A whole mariachi band playing in there. 10 o'clock at night, 11 o'clock, and they're still playing. And then, they were drinking. Now, of course, they're drinking crazy. They come over here and urinate over here. He's coming over here and urinate in front of the house. I saw to the camera. I went outside and I went in the party. I went in the party and I let them have it. I said, listen, you need to start telling your guests to not be in front of my house and using my house as a toilet. I went off on them and somebody tried to get smart mouth with me and I was going to knock them out. But I said, I'm not going to knock you out in this house because then I'm going to get arrested. I called the police and then they ended the party. They ended it. A noise complaint. They ended it. Yeah. Mariachi band and everything next door. Are you kidding me? And then they coming over here in front of my house to urinate over here because they can't go in their bathroom. I went off on them. Oh, I went off on that woman. And then I went off on the owner. The next day I went off on the owner. And I threatened him. I threatened him legally. I said, listen, you better get your I told him, you better get your shit together with your tenants, or I'm going to go to the building department. I'm going to tell them blah, 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 blah. And that's it. He evicted her. Like within a couple of weeks, he evicted her. And then boom, bye-bye with your freaking 100 guest party every freaking month. Bye-bye. Get the hell out of here. Yeah, 100 people or more in a house party. The most people I ever had in this house, maybe it was 20 plus. And it got crowded. My house got crowded with 20 people. Imagine 100, more than 100 people. Jesus Christ. I said, how many freaking relatives this woman got? Like they all came from, out of the woodwork. Jesus Christ. Oh my God. Anyway, I'm approaching hour number 3 right now. 2 hours and 59 in the books. Yeah, I know she didn't know anybody at the party. It was just, the relative, and they bring their guests, and they had cases of Modelo and Corona. I don't gotta tell you what language they speak. In Spanish, of course. Because it's Corona, cerveza modelo, mariachi band. It's a kid's birthday. It's a little kid's birthday party, and they drink until they can't walk. These people, when they drink until they can't walk out of the house. They're laying all over the freaking sidewalk. They're sitting on the curb, passed out. That's how they drink. See, when I drank, it was like, yeah, relax and go to bed. That's it. These people, when they drink, they get hammered. And some of them drive home. Okay? Some of these people drive home like that. I called the police. I said, no, listen. And I told them, I said, they're drinking. I know. And I told them, I said, listen, I know half of those people are going to drive home. I told them, and the police are arguing with me. And I told them, why don't you just do your job? I told them, me and him had it. My wife got in between. I said, no. He's getting off on me. And I'm telling him, listen, if they come in front of my house to urinate, how drunk that guy got to be? How drunk you got to be to go urinate in front of somebody's house? Answer that question. Are you kidding me? I said, these people, because that's the way they drink. They're my neighbors. They were there. Now there's other people there, but they're not as bad. But the ones that were there, oh my God, they drink to the point where they're they in their car like this. That's the way they drink. They have no limit. They have no limit until they can't wake up. I'm telling you. And that's what they did. So I went off on the police. I said, listen, you need to shut it down now. And don't tell me he's telling me, don't tell me how to do my job. Because that's always the good cop and the bad cop. The bad cop is he's a little wired up. He wants to tase me for making a complaint. And he's like, oh, don't tell me how to do. I say, well, I'm telling you what to do because you know what? You need to do something. It's 12 o'clock on a Sunday night. And they're still playing music? Are you kidding me? You need to end that nonsense right now. I went off on him. He said, don't tell me to do my job. I said, you kidding me? That's why everything's happening now because of the prosecution thing. Last night, I was on ShopRite with my wife. There's a woman right there putting stuff in her bag. Of African-American descent. Here we go. A big bag. She's putting like all these cans in her bag. She's not walking out with it. She's going to walk out with it. She has a bag right here. No shopping cart. So, she's stuffing that thing with all these cans of the same thing. There's like all these, figure out what kind of, some kind of sauce or something. I said, okay, yeah, she's going to take it. She's walking out with that stuff. Come on, you kidding me? Oh my God. Let me go back up here. Oh, sorry. TV, hello, Michael. TV 1972, how's it going? Hope you're doing well. Yeah. So let me go back up here. I'm sorry. I'm going to go back here. I'm going to skip a couple of these. I'm sorry. Yeah, HOA. So let me go back to Keegan for a minute. Yeah, so HOA, if you live in HOA, yeah, that HOA buster looks interesting. I like that HOA buster antenna. It looks interesting. So it's called HOA Buster. Alphaantenna.com makes it. I'll show you right here. I'll show you the image one more time. And let's go. Let me show you that. Oh, right here. Sorry. There you go. So, so basically it's a balun. You hook it up to, you spike into the ground. It has a lead. You hook up that lead into the gutter. And then right here's the coax. So this one you can, transmit. Okay, it's resonant on these frequencies right here. But anyway, like I said, HOA does serve a purpose, people. Don't, if you're gonna invest in a house and buy a new home or your retirement home, in most cases, these senior community, I seen good prices on some of these houses. I'm thinking about living in an HOA because I don't want to deal with this. I don't want to deal with stupid neighbors. I want HOA. I'm gonna go to them. Listen, this neighbor is this and this and this. Go take care of it. Pronto. I'm paying for the fees. You deal with you deal with it. You deal with it. Take care of it. That's what HOA is for. If I lived in a community like that, better believe I'm gonna mow my lawn because I enjoy mowing my lawn. You better clean up your side. You better clean up your side. I don't want to see no junk pile in front of your house, anything, because I'm gonna be like, yo, take care of this. Take care of this hood rat. This hood rat needs to go somewhere else. I'm sorry. There's a downside of HOA and there's the upside of HOA. They don't put up with that. They don't play that. I've been in condos. My friend has a condo. He cannot throw parties there. But that's good because he don't got to deal with that either. You see? He's a double A. He's a single. Well, he's married now, but this is years ago. He was a single male. He wants to come home. He wants to chill out. He doesn't want to fix anything. He's not a handy person either. He's not a handy guy. He doesn't want to own a house and fix things and all that. So his condo is very strict. Balcony, you cannot put a satellite dish on it. You want TV? Cable TV. Or you're gonna have to sneak an over-the-air antenna, like maybe put one of those window antennas or something. I don't know. And that's it. But they don't play that. He had an issue with a tenant upstairs that they were walking like they were marching. They made that person buy a carpet. They told him, you need to put a rug because you're walking a little too heavy. That's the way they are. They don't play that. They don't play that. He first he went up there to tell the neighbor, listen, why you guys, what's with the stomping? He told him to go F off. Oh, okay. Oh, you want to be like that? Okay. So he was part of the board. So he pissed off the wrong guy. The board, and they did the paperwork. They said here, you need to put a rug in your apartment, in your condo, because you're too noisy with the feet, or you're gonna lose the apartment or your condo. He had to put a rug. That's how much it is. They don't play that. When you're investing $100,000 or $200,000, whatever the hell it is, on a condo, I don't want nobody stomping up there like, I'm not dealing with that. No. I'm not dealing with all that. Or you have a neighbor the next balcony, they're partying out there till 3 a.m. No. No. You're not gonna keep me up awake next door. No. That's why I like where I'm at. It's just I gotta deal with people in the front. That's the only thing. But over here, I'm okay. I'm at a dead end street. I'm okay with all that. But but I still gotta go out there and tell people, hey, listen, why are you parked in my driveway? Can you just go along? Why are you here? You're not allowed to be here. Go. Bye-bye. Go. I get that 1%. Oh, it's a free country. Okay, well, you know what? You're gonna talk to the officer next. I call the police. Somebody's on my driveway. I told him to leave. He doesn't want to leave. Okay, we'll be there. All right, thank you. That's what I do. And they leave. They leave before the officer comes. Because they just want to, talk. And then I talk. And then they think I'm bluffing. And then when they see the police car coming, they leave. Because he's going to ask them the same question. Do you know this man? Why are you on his driveway? And, and then in his case, he's probably going to start searching his car. And when they park, because 9 times out of 10, when they park in front of my driveway at night, is because they're doing something they're not supposed to be doing. And it happened. Trust me. There's prostitutes blocks away. There's prostitutes. And sometimes they used to come here to do their little thing, their little transaction. They used to come the dead end street, and it's dark. But since then I put a floodlight there. I put a motion light. But when I first moved here, it was dark. They would come here and handle their business, and I had to knock on. Yo, you need to go. You need to go. She's like, oh my God. I said, you need to take that somewhere else. You're not doing that here. Because most of those prostitutes, they're doing what? They're doing drugs. So they leave crack pipes there. I see, when I first moved here, there was crack pipes on that curb. There was needles. They had needles. Needles where you could step on a needle and then God knows what the hell you're going to get. Not no more. I locked that down now. That's all gone now. That's all gone now. Because I care about my neighborhood. I speak. I speak. You know, there's neighbors out here, they don't want to talk, and that's why the neighborhood goes to, they're too afraid. Not me. No, I live here. You're not welcome here. You're not welcome here. I don't care. You're not welcome here if you're gonna loiter and be a picnic. You're not welcome in my area. That's it. I don't care. You know, I'm not playing that. I'm not gonna play that. Yeah. Keegan, this is my local AM 790 KURM, Rogers, Arkansas, simulcast on FM. Let me see. FM 100.3, Grayvet, Arkansas, and Translate FM on 97.5 in Huntsville, Arkansas. Okay. Yeah, you can sell Bible stuff, Brother Stair. You know, anyway, I proved my point about the medium wave, shortwave broadcasting. I don't want to get into that now. I'm done with that. But you're always gonna have somebody's gonna say shortwave is dead. No, it's not dead. It's not dead. Keegan is I have a Talking House AM radio transmitter on 910 and C Crane FM transmitter 2 on 91.9. I have mine right over there. I need to set it up, but I don't know what to do here. I'm gonna have to rebuild a whole shelving here, but I'm gonna have to buy the wood for that. I'm just gonna build a whole unit here because I want to put on my transceivers here. Like my scanner on, I don't want to have it on top. I want to have it mounted on the shelf with the bracket, like the way I had in the basement. So I think my conclusion, I'm gonna have to build a shelving unit here, and then I'm gonna have a spot for the transmitter. I think I want to do my transmitter, or I may just do that from the basement with the transmitter, because I want to use my Talking House. I want to, because now I'm thinking about, because I already have. Keegan, now you reminded me about something, Keegan. I have now, what is this live stream now? Number one, 77, right? So I have now 77 episodes that I could put in audio. So I have 77 episodes already of this live stream, just the live stream. You know, of course, some of them are, it's 77 episodes because some of them are two-part. Like even though it's one episode, it has like two parts. Because when I get cut off with some glitch or whatever. But it's 77 episodes as of right now. So I could just the audio alone, I could play it on my station. Starting with that. That's just that content. Play it over, you know. Yeah, I'm thinking about that. So, and I will put it on like in this case, it will be 1610 AM or something. And just play it. And I'm thinking about maybe get a Raspberry Pi just to do the you know, for the audio, just to play it. So you reminded me about that. I want to do that. I want to use that AM transmitter already. So I need to do that. So originally I had the FM transmitter relayed AM and now the other way around. Okay, cool. So let me go down here. Yeah, so exactly, Keegan. You can listen to a lot of stuff. WWV, WWVA, CHU, WMR Legends, Radio New Zealand. Yeah, there's a lot to listen to. Yeah. All right. I'm going to skip all that because they're talking among each other. Robert Osborne. Hello, Robert Osborne. Welcome. Picked up Radio Thailand World Service in English the other night on 590 kilohertz. It was great. Nice. See? Very good. And hello, Michael. T Radio Entertainment too. Richard Wagner, as Frank Zappa said about jazz, Shortwave isn't dead. It just yeah, it's just different. It's not Cold War or World War II. Shortwave is just different now. It's different shortwave, It's just different, It's just different. That's all. And then T-Rated 1972, it was so much harder to achieve back then. Now it's much easier. Yeah, it is. It is. It's unfortunate. And it's also dumbing down. Unfortunately, too much information is dumbing down. You would think more information will make you more informed, but it's actually doing the opposite. It's actually dumbing down a lot of young people, especially the misinformation part too. It's unfortunate. Too much information. Unfortunately, it's too much misinformation too. So, radio ID. Some I'm gonna say some AM working at night, and some don't work. That's because the first of all, two things happen. One, propagation is more at night, tends to propagate further out. That has to do with the conditions and all that, day and night thing. And also power. Because some stations, what happens is they broadcast at I'm trying to put it in a way where you can understand. Like for example, WABC 770 is 50,000 watts. It's 50,000 watts. Now somewhere else, I don't know where. I'm gonna say any. I'm just gonna this is a theoretical thing. Their 770 station is not 50,000 watts. It's probably, whatever, 2,500 watts. They just throw a number like that. It doesn't reach a certain thing, a certain brook. And that's, maybe, some of them also, like WABC is 50,000 watts, 24 hours a day. That station, it might be 2,500 watts during the day, but at night, it might be down to 1,000 watts. So in the daytime, because of the propagation, you're gonna hear that local station fine, 770, whatever local. I'm gonna say Bumville, whatever, Bumville, USA. I don't know. But at night, when they go down to 1,000 watts plus, usually end the conditions, WABC is gonna take over that station. That signal is gonna come in loud and clear for the night hours. Like what happens here with 740. 740 here at night is Zuma Radio, Toronto, 50,000 watts. But and during the daytime, I don't get Zuma Radio. I get Long Island. It's Overcoming Ministry. Brother Stan, Overcoming Ministry. I in Huntington. Is it Huntington? Team Radio, he knows. He refreshed my memory. Huntington, Long Island, I think it is. Overcoming Ministry comes in at 740 during the daytime. And not that strong. Sometimes because it's strong, sometimes it's like, it's okay. But at night, it's Zuma Radio. Dominates 740. Okay, so yeah, some stations you're not going to hear. You're going to hear only at night because they dominate, because it's 50,000 watts. They're going to just dominate the station. Okay. So I hope that answers your question. James Farley, I called a Spanish number station that had Cuban radio first, then switched to number station on 14.375 yesterday. Oh, cool. James Radio said, the only problem I have is that shortwave radio is 80% of the programming. I can understand that. Yeah, of course. But it's also fascinating at the same time that, understand the language. I mean, I guess that's the allure of shortwave. I mean, that's what got me into shortwave when I would look at my brother's boombox and he had the, medium wave, because that one, it was a JVC. So it didn't have AM, it had MW, medium wave. So I was like, well, medium wave. Oh, medium wave is AM. Okay, we know it as AM radio. FM. Okay, that's FM. Then I saw SW. I'm like, what is SW? What is shortwave? And that one, of course, that radio didn't have, like, for example, you know the older radios? I don't have any yet. Only, I'll show you. Like the JVD boombox didn't have all of this because that's from the 70s. But when you see an older radio like this one, right? What do you see on it? If you can zoom in there. It shows you the locations, right? You know, like, for example, so here it says France, Moscow, Berlin, you know. But the JVC boombox that my brother owned didn't have the it only, only had the frequency, but they didn't have the but I already knew because I saw radios like that in a magazine. So I'm like, oh, this is where you pick up international stuff. And then I started tuning, and then the first station I heard right off the bat was the BBC. BBC World Service. And I'm like, oh, that's the BBC from London. I said, wow, this is cool. Because I heard of the BBC through PBS. They used to play like an hour of it on my local channel 13. They would play an hour of BBC, BBC News. But when I heard it over the thing, I was like, wow, okay, this is cool. So, and I think I also heard it through NPR, but I don't remember that. I just remember watching it. And then when I heard it, I was like, oh, this is the BBC. Because I also heard of the BBC because of Mighty By Time. I used to watch that as a kid. My brother used to watch it. I used to watch it with him. And then funny. It's funny. And British Broadcasting Company. I'm like, okay, British Broadcasting. Oh, this is from London, from England. Okay. That's pretty cool. So that's what got me hooked, And then when you start listening to other stuff, I didn't understand the language. I was like, okay, this guy, what is this? And then you start looking. But yeah. TV Radio 1972, my first radio was wristwatch type AM radio. It didn't get much except WABC. My second was the blue AM transistor radio. Yeah. My first radio was a Rhapsody. That was the name, Rhapsody. It was a green radio. I don't have it here. I saw that one on eBay, but they were asking too much. I'm not paying $50 for a little AM. No, I'm not paying that. That's just ridiculous. I'm paying $50 just to relive my childhood on a little. And it was only literally for $50. It's an AM transistor radio. I was like, I'm not paying for that. But anyway, that's my first radio. It was this color. Actually, it was about this color, the same color as this one. The DGen DE13 is the same color. It was this color, like a green. That was the color of my first AM radio, transistor radio, when I lived in Puerto Rico. So yeah. Keegan here, so I know DXs in Florida, Ireland, and Portugal who receive Puerto Rico either on FM or analog. Yeah. Meredith, Danny, I added you on WhatsApp. We should have a chat. Oh, cool. That'd be cool. Yeah, I just added WhatsApp because I seen that people because I don't want to give people my real number. So I have so my WhatsApp is a Google number. So if through WhatsApp, you can chat through WhatsApp. But the number that's on WhatsApp, I got that from Google. That's a Google number. So that's the number I use. You can, because that's what WhatsApp is for. It's a very popular app. So I said, let me add it because I do get a lot of I notice on my other social media, I'm getting a lot of people from other, not like YouTube. I guess YouTube is blocked in China. It's always somewhat blocked. But on my other social media, I got a lot of Chinese followers. Because I guess those social media are not blocked yet or something. Like Getter, I get a lot of Chinese followers. I had a Getter. So there, I see Chinese followers. I guess because, and that's not in some countries, again, with the shortwave, I'm going to tell you because depending on what country you live on, shortwave might be the only reliable source of information. Because in China, for example, I know Facebook is blocked. I think Facebook is blocked. I think YouTube is blocked, but to a certain level. I think it depends on where you live in China, who are, what kind of, if you're a party member, you know what I mean? Communist party member, whatever. You have accessible to some of that. The rest of the population, no, you're blocked. That's it. You're blocked. So yeah, so that makes sense that WhatsApp. I notice a lot of Chinese. It's a very popular program, WhatsApp, to talk to people without worrying about the whole Big Brother watching over them and all that stuff. And that's why I added WhatsApp. So I appreciate you adding me on the card. That's cool. Thank you for that. It'll be my first contact. First, we'll talk someday. That would be cool. Radio ID. I'm done whenever I'm done. Right now, I'm on 3 hours and 25 minutes, and I don't feel like I want to. I've been sitting down all this time. I am gonna stand up finally. After 3 hours, I'm gonna stand up. So here goes the Flexi Spot. That's sponsored by Flexi Spot. Thank you, Flexi Spot, for providing me this. What the? Oh, sorry. I think it has a. What happens? It has a sensor, and it senses if anything happens underneath. It prevents that from. They call that child lock, because this thing has motors. So if a kid goes underneath it while it's coming down, it'll stop. So it won't. So they call that child lock. It's a great desk. Highly recommend it. I don't have a promo code, but if you buy one, tell them that I send you Danny Shortwave and Radio DX. So this is now I'm standing. You got a different perspective now. But yeah, I need to stand anyway. Again, because standing desk, of course, for a person my age, I'll be 57 on Tuesday. 57 on Tuesday. I'll be 57 on Tuesday, and you need to circulate your legs and all that. Stand up. You don't. I don't have. I know. I was never. I was not diagnosed with DVT. People get blood clots on their leg, and that can lead to what they call stroke, or what they call it was a deep vein thrombosis, or that pulmonary embolism, or otherwise. That's why you need to stand up and stretch. We'll go walking and all that. Sitting is not good long time. You need to stand up. So that's what I'm doing now. Thank you, Mary the Extra, for the birthday thing. So Tuesday will be my birthday. I'll be 57. And hello, Landy. Okay, I'm trying to pronounce. I'm gonna say Waterski. I'm not gonna pronounce the K. I don't think you're gonna pronounce the K. What is Landy Waterski? Oh, Waterski. How you gonna call you Landy? You're the only Landy here. I call you Landy. I know Landy from Wisconsin. I have fun in Wisconsin. It was great. I love Wisconsin. I love Wisconsin. I was like, wow. Wisconsin was pretty cool. Oh, let me enable this thing over here. Let me enable that. Okay. Yeah. Let me go back up. Yeah. How about that? So WhatsApp. Yeah, I had a WhatsApp. Yeah, I also heard that too. Jim's Radio Check. I heard people using flagpole as antenna. Yeah, I seen that too. I seen the flagpole antenna. Yeah, I seen all that. Yeah, I wouldn't want to live next to one exactly. Yeah, this one had a big old rainbow flag saying "Welcome," except if you heard this. I was like, "No, it's okay." But it wasn't even that. That didn't really deter me, because it made me think, but it didn't. What deterred me was the junk. When I saw the junk in the other houses, and it was filthy. The house, they had like literally, it looked like the guy had mud in his hands and went like this to the wall. It was a light color wall, like a beige color mud. He went, and these are not little kids. These are not little kids' palm. This is like adult palm muddy. So I can imagine what the guy. I don't know what the guy was on. Maybe some guy's on something in there. Maybe he's on meth or something. I don't know. I said, no, I don't want to live next to no meth head. And he's going to be breaking into my house trying to steal my stuff. No. It looks like a slum. Literally, it was a slum, the next house. And that's what we didn't buy the house. We said, no, we're not interested in this house. I didn't even walk into the house. I got out the car. My wife looked at me. She already had that reaction like, oh, no. And I looked at my wife. I looked at the realtor, and she's looking at me like already, oh, boy. I said, you know what? I don't want. I said, when I see that neighbor when I see this, I'm not interested in the house. She said, I understand. She understand. You know, she's a realtor. Her job was to get me to see the house, but she saw my reaction right away when we got out the car, and I saw that big old flag waving on this one. There's a big old flag over here, and then this one with a junkyard. I said, no, I don't want to go. I'm not interested. She looked at me. Okay, well. She said, I'm sorry. I said, no, you don't have to apologize. You're doing your job. You just want to show me. Maybe, you know, maybe I like that type of stuff. No, I don't. I don't want to live next to I don't want to live next to a bum. Not going to invest money in this house when I'm living around bums. They can't clean up after themselves. Why would I want to live among pigs? You know? I'm going to leave well, this is not a ghetto here yet. But I'm going to leave like a potential ghetto to a ghetto. No. You know what I'm saying? Like, no, not doing that. Like, I'm not going to downgrade my lifestyle because, it's another state. No. I better stay in New York and deal with that. At least I can deal with these bums. At least I can deal with these guys. I know these guys already. I just got to remind them every so often. But if I go to a new neighborhood now, no, I don't want to deal with that. Because when I moved here, they know it. The owners of these houses know it, that I improved this neighborhood. They know that. They remind me of so often. So, glad you put that light up. I say, yeah, I know. You don't got to thank me. Because they don't thank me. They just kind of hinted. I said, I know. You don't have to thank me. I'm the one that lays down the law in this area. I know. I'm like the neighborhood patrol guy in this area. I got to say it. Because nobody would talk to them the way I talk to them. Because I see them park in front of their house. They don't say nothing to them. They just let them do whatever they want. They come in front of my house. Are you looking for somebody? And that's not a Karen thing. It's my thing. It's not a Karen thing. I'm sorry. You don't belong in front of my house. You don't live here. You need to go. Bye-bye. It's not a Karen thing. Don't try to label me as a Karen. That's not a Karen thing. It's my own goddamn right that I live in my house. I'm paying taxes for this house and all that. You're not going to loiter in front of my house. It's not a Karen thing. Okay? You want to go bother them? Go right across the street and bother them. They're pushovers. That's it. So they know. They remind me, because when I first moved here, he would tell me, why you sweep the sidewalk? I'm like, because it deters people from littering here. Like, what part you don't understand about that? And I remember the first time somebody threw garbage in front of my house. I was working in the garage. And women she did a U-turn there by my drive. She takes out a bag of food, like Chinese food. She just throws the whole bag right there, bam, right in front of my driveway. She drives down the block, and then she got out the car. She went to visit somebody in the building. I took that garbage. I walked down the block. I literally ran down the block fast enough. She came out the car. I said, "This belongs to you. Here you go. Is this your garbage? Here. Don't throw." And I went off on her. I said, first of all, don't throw that. Don't throw that shit in front of my house. I said, Mommy and Daddy didn't teach you to be clean. She started. She go, "Oh, what are you talking to me like that?" I said, would you like me to go in front of your house and just throw garbage in front of your house? Answer me. Ooh, and then I guess she's her mother. Her mother's already being like, oh boy. And I'm telling you, how you gonna drive in front of my house and throw Chinese food in front of my house? Are you serious? What the hell's wrong with you? And I'm standing right there. She saw me, but she's driving away. She thought I wasn't gonna say nothing. Because I'm telling you, 99% of those people never had someone in their life call them out on anything. That's why they behave like that. People enable those people for all their life to be a pig, to be a slob, to be inconsiderate to others, to be disrespectful. Nobody ever called them out on it. They were too afraid. And then they ran into someone like me, and I knocked the peg off that fucking pedestal on them. That's what happened to them. They were like, "Oh, how dare you talk to?" Yeah, I should. You need to hear that more often. How you gonna go first somebody's house and just live in front of their house and look at them like everything is okay? What is wrong with you? What is mentally wrong with you? Are you kidding me? I went down the block. I swear to God, I gave it a go. I said, "This belongs to you." I put it right on her freaking chest here. Yeah, I threw it right there in front of her chest. That belongs to you. You take that with you. And don't ever come up there with that nonsense. And then after a while, then my wife came behind me, and then she's arguing with my wife, and I cut. I said, "No, no, no, no." I said, "You wrong." I was pointing out. I got on her face. I said, "You wrong." I don't care what my wife said. You are wrong. Ad inserted. Sorry, wait. 1, 2, 3, 4. Ad. Skip the ad. I told her, "You are wrong. You don't come in front of my house and throw garbage in front of my house, and you think I'm not going to say anything?" Because she done that 100 times before, and nobody ever called her out on it. That's what happened to that woman. And you know what happened to that woman? You know what happened to that woman after that? I never saw her again. I saw her one time after that, and I'm walking down, and she looked at me. She gave me the nod. I said, "Yeah, that's right. You better recognize who I am. That's right. Fucking recognize who I am. Don't ever mess with me again." And to this day, she sees me once in a while. She just nods at me. Tries to like say hello, and I go, "Yeah, you know who I am. You know, you're not coming up the, you're not gonna come up the block with that nonsense." And I even told her, I said, "Oh, you visiting somebody here? Because that's an old folks' home down there. It's senior housing." And I told her, "Oh, you're a slob. I bet you if I talk to the building manager in there and let them know how much of a slob you are, I bet you, she might lose that apartment." I think she went to visit her. And it wasn't I forgot that lady wasn't her mom, it was somebody else. I think her mom was in that building. And I told her, I said, "Would you like me to talk to the building manager and tell her how much of a slob you are?" And she looked at me. She changed her tune. She was all like, "How dare you talk to me?" All of a sudden, and I told her all that. She was like, because there was another lady too that happened in the same building. She brought her dog up here. She was her son, the little boy. She put the doggy dropping in the plastic bag to toss it on my yard. She was like, and I caught her on camera because I found a doggy bag back there in my backyard. It was a plastic bag with dog poo in it. It was in my backyard. I confronted her one day. When I finally saw her come up with I said, "Listen, the next time you come up here, clean up after your dog." And I didn't curse her. I just said, "Next time you come up here, clean up after your dog." She's like, "Well, how dare you talk to me like that?" I said, Are you serious?" I said, "You see that camera right there? It records everything. I recorded you and your son throwing." I went off on her. She's arguing with me. And I told her, "Listen, the camera don't lie, okay? You was up here one night and you tell your son, out of all people, your son, the little boy, you're teaching him to be a slob? You're teaching him to be a slob. You're teaching him that you can't take the bag with you down the block?" And she was like, "Oh, how dare you?" And then she starts cursing at me. I said, "No, fuck you too. I don't give a fuck." She's cursing at me. I said, "Oh, you want to curse on your own? You want to curse at me in front of your son? Well, I'm gonna curse at you back. What do you think I'm gonna do? You think I'm gonna back off because you curse? Get out of here." I said, "No, no, you know what? Fuck you, and don't come up here no more." I told her, "You're not welcome up here no more." And then she went down the block, And I told her, oh, you seen that? Because I called her, because I knew she was coming from that building. So I told her, how you like if I go to your building manager and tell them how much of a fucking pig you are? That you let you come up here and let your dog handle business up here and you don't clean up after yourself. How you think the building owner is gonna, or the city is gonna feel about that? She changed her tune right away. Then she shut up. She said, oh, but you didn't. I said, no. I said, you know what? Don't come up here no more with that. I said, you down there, stay the fuck down there. That's what I told her. Stay the fuck down there. Don't come up here with your dog shit. I told her. I put her play. I don't care, bro. I don't got a filter. One thing about the third hour now, I ain't got a filter. But that's why HOA, again, going back to HOA, that's why HOA is important. Because of people like that. Because HOA, I got that woman in the HOA, she will not be allowed to do that. Go to, you know how disgusting of a person you got to be to teach your kid to be oh, son, here, dog poo's in the, let's throw it, we don't want to take it home because she's too lazy to walk around with her own dog poo. Let's toss it on the neighbors. Like, you don't think I'm going to know? There's 4 cameras in front of my house. 4. You could have seen, I mean, she can't, yeah, she is, unless she is stupid. I mean, you're stupid enough to do that with 4 cameras in front of my house? Are you serious? You know what I'm saying? Like, some people are just really beyond stupid. I'm going to say it. They're really beyond stupid. Like, there's no help for these people. But you know what bothered me is that she did that in front of her kid. So you teach your son to be a degenerate. You know? That's what she did. She teaches her son to be, because I saw it on camera. Oh, to throw it over there. And she doesn't, she's still with the little doggy right there. She makes the son walk all the way up here and tosses it. Like, who does that? What mother does that? Teaching a kid to be like that. What are you teaching that kid when you do stuff like that? You know? It's serious. It's like, I don't want to say I don't want to understand it because it's disgusting. I don't teach my son to be like that. When he's eating something or you get a wrapper, I tell him, no, put it in your pocket. Or give it to me, I put it in my pocket. When we get home, we put it in the garbage. I don't teach him to do this. I don't teach my son to do this. No. You finish eating, whatever it is, you put it in your pocket. Take it with you. Be a good neighbor. Be a good human being. Be a good human being, people. You see what I'm saying? But this is what happens with these people. These people. That's why HOA is, is important. Sorry. People like that. It's just people like that. And people like that mess it up for everybody. They do. They mess it up for everybody. Mess it up for the whole neighborhood. If I'm trying to keep the neighborhood clean, trying to keep the property value, I don't want to, I don't want to walk out of my house and step on some dogs. Not my dog, because I don't have a dog. I don't own a dog. So why should I step on, if it's I get it if it's my own dog and I'm outside my backyard and, not my dog. Why should I have to clean up after your dog? Clean up after your own dog. Or better yet, don't come up here. Go check up somewhere else. This is the mentality that some people are. Some people really think they're entitled. They walk like they're entitled, like they could do no wrong, and you cannot question them about anything. It's really sad to see that go on. It happens. They're the same people that are ruining this country. I watch these videos on YouTube now. I laugh at them. You know why I laugh at them? Because you voted for that. I saw a video the other day. It's residents in Massachusetts, in Cape Cod, Massachusetts. Residents in Cape Cod, they outraged about the migrant situation. No. You voted for that, people. Again, I'm going to say it. Like New York City. Don't complain about it now. You voted for that. You voted for that. Don't cry about it now. That they're in your backyard now. There was Texas problem, Arizona problem, until when? The buffoon, the Mr. Magoo in chief. They opened the border, and now Eric Adams opened his big mouth in New York City. You know what? And they're all over New York City now. You have over 120,000 counting. You voted for it. So don't cry about it now. Don't bitch about it now. Don't bitch and moan about it now. Now you suck it up. You voted for this shit. You voted for it. You understand? And that's why I laugh at the videos. I laugh at them because they voted for that. Because somebody else before that, the guy that you don't like, because he's always twittering, it hurt my feelings. You know, don't vote. Stop voting with your feelings and vote for common sense. Stop voting with your feelings and vote with common sense. It's not sustainable when in New York City, for example, if I even want to get a hotel room in New York City, I can't. If I'm traveling abroad, if I'm coming in from SDRPlay, I'm coming in from London, I want to book a hotel in New York City. Good luck. Good luck, because you're not going to get one. You're not going to be able to get one because why? They're housing illegals. Okay? Free housing down. You know, it's hurting their local economy. You know, but that's what they are. They don't think, and you vote for these people because of your feelings. They're doing the same thing in the UK. I know. Same thing in Israel. There's something happened in Israel. They're from one particular country. You know what the prime minister said? All those people that were rioting in Israel, you're gonna round them up. We're gonna deport them. That's it. You're not gonna do that again. That's what's gonna happen here. They keep doing this. Just because right now there's a whole bunch of crime that's happening over there, and it's always because of them. You punch a cop. There's one that he punched a cop. You punch a cop. You're waiting for asylum. If you punch a cop, I'm gonna put you on the next plane back to Honduras. That's what I would do. That's what I would have done as president. Vote for me, Danny Medina, president of the United States of America. There you go. Write me in on the ballot. I'm just kidding. Yeah, I would do that. You're here on asylum. I'm going to say so-called asylum. You're here on so-called asylum. You commit one crime, I'm going to put you on a plane back to your country. That's it. You're not going to get another shot. I'm going to put you on the next, club, I would say, Fed Air or Federal Airways or whatever you want to call it, government air. You're going right back to your country of origin. I bet you that'll cut the crime rate down in half. I bet you they'll be here behaving. Okay? You punch an officer or you lay a hand on somebody, you're going to go on the next plane back to wherever you came from. Back to Guatemala, Honduras, or whatever. Venezuela, you're going back in that country on the next plane. You're not doing that shit here. That's what I would have done. So vote me in. Make me president. No, I'm just kidding. I'm telling you, vote with common sense, people. That's what people don't vote with common sense. Common sense. That's all. I don't care. Like when I look at it, I don't care what he did when he was 20 years ago. I don't care I don't care the guy who's been married 3 times, 4 times. I don't care about what can you when you deliver your campaign thing. Can you do that? Can you build a wall? Can you not let everybody just come in? Simple answer. Okay. He's like me opening the front door. I'm gonna open the front. I'm gonna open the door. Here we go. I'm gonna open the front. Well, not this. I'm gonna open. They say this would have been my front door. This is what they're doing. That's it. And when you come in, you're gonna get a free meals. You can sleep right there. But that's not good enough. They want the bed. They don't want to sleep right there. They want a king size bed. They want a TV. That's what you're doing. This is what you're doing. Just come on in. Come on. That's what you're doing. All right? That's the policy now. Just freaking open the door and let them in. And then, so now I see these videos that they're all protesting. Oh, they don't want them here. No. But you voted for that. You voted for that. You voted for that. Okay? You voted for that. So don't cry about it now. It's too late. You know, you want to do something about it now? 2024, let's see what you're all about. And I guarantee you some of them are still going to vote for the same stupid people. I guarantee you, because it's a mental disorder with some of these people. It's literally a mental condition. They're going to keep voting for the same thing. You know? They're going to keep voting for the same thing because, you know, so all that belly aching they do in Cape Cod, oh, we don't want, oh, you kicked out citizens. You kicked out citizens and veterans to put these people in. Yeah, but you know what happened? What happened 2 years ago? You voted for that. You voted for that. But because you know, because what happens is some people are like sheep. Some people are like sheep. They don't want to be on. I didn't want to vote for this one, but I'm going to vote for this because everybody voted for this one. No. Common sense. Common sense. Common sense, people. Exactly. Radio waves. There you go. In the UK, they are banning dogs. We are banning dogs, but we're not vetting who's coming into the country. Same thing here. It's insane. It's insane. It's insane. Like over here in New York City, they're worrying about pizza ovens. Oh, if it's not a gas, if it's a no, if it's coal-fired pizza oven, we're gonna ban it. You're worrying about pizza ovens, all these stupid environment thing, but you're letting everybody come in. Jesus, yeah, I know. I'm a descendant of immigrants too, but you know, you gotta have common sense. You can't let everybody in. Like here, for example, the school system. They just started school a little over a week ago. I'm in Yonkers, New York City. I'm talking about New York City now. You're gonna let these kids? My kid has to take all these shots, or he doesn't go to school. My kid has to be all these shots he has to take to go to school. Otherwise, he's not allowed to go to school. Meanwhile, those kids, they don't need to take any shot. They're gonna go in the same school. They're gonna go in the same school as my kid's school. I don't know what the hell they have in there. You know what kind of diseases they have. Like common sense. Are you sick? Oh, Panama. Oh, I need Panama. Oh, I'm making contact with Panama. Oh, Panama. Let's see. Panamanian contact. Ooh. Come on, Panama. That's a new country right there. Yeah. Thank you. And thank you everybody for the birthday wishes. Thank you. Michael. Let me go back up here and then I'll scroll back down. Sorry, I went on a tangent, but HOA, that's why HOA is important. But look, it's we need a bigger HOA now. We need the federal government HOA. We need to get rid of people that are not going to be, they don't care about the values of this country. They're going to do their own thing. And they're going to be like, you know what? This to the flag and all that. No, I can't have that. My thing is, my policy would have been like, if you're here on an asylum, you commit one, especially an assault, you're going to be on a plane back to your country. I don't care. That's it. I don't care. You're done. You're done. You're done. You're done. That's it, bro. You're out of here. Yeah. I'm going to scroll through fast over here. James Radio check. Some people that live in high rises use a glass mounted antenna on the inside. Yeah. Like a window mount. Yeah. Mary Dexter, I had a neighbor like you as well. They got reported and they moved down mariachi band. Wow. Yeah. Exactly. Just ready to check. I had a neighbor like that on the next block that does that until 2 in the morning every Saturday. Yeah, that's crazy. They have no people like that. They have no consideration for anybody. It's just it's disrespectful. You know, have some decorum. Have some respect for your neighbors. James Farley, a lot of South American DX on 10 meters. Yeah, I see that. I'm trying to get in touch with Panama right now. The first time I saw Panama on my screen. But I guess he's busy now. I'm gonna try again. Okay, he signed. Let me see if I get him now. Okay, he's done with this guy. Okay, Roger 73. Okay, there you go. Panama. I want to get Panama. I don't have Panama on my country DX. Come on, Panama. I'll take Panama right now. That'll wrap up my night right now, Panama. Yeah, I know. I actually knew everybody to party exactly. In my drinking day, I never passed out. I knew my limits exactly. Same thing. And you know, who drinks like that to the point where they laid out on the floor? I see people drinking. You know, not when I lived in the Bronx. I see people laid out on the floor. They were going to a party across the street. They laid out on the floor the next day. They actually, I have nowhere to sleep. I'm gonna lay on the curb. Like, you're that messed up. You have to lay on a filthy sidewalk. Like, you can't make it to your house. You can't take a cab or ask for a ride. It's disgusting. Jim's ready to say you have every right to tell him how to do his job. But yeah, exactly. The police officer was like, "Don't tell me how to do my job." I said, "Listen, it's 12:30 in the night on a Sunday. Basically, it's Monday morning now. 12:30 a.m. Monday. You know, Monday morning. Why are they still playing music at that volume? Why are these people coming in front of my house and urinating? You need to put a stop to that now." He's like, "Oh, you got offended. Don't tell me how to do my job." Are you kidding me? Don't tell me how to do my job. What's wrong with that guy? Yeah, what's wrong with that guy? You know? I had a policeman here in the UK when I made a complaint about damage to my car by you. He asked if I provoked. Are you kidding me? If I provoked it? Acting like you're the guilty one. He didn't want to do his job. That's what it was. He probably was, want to mail it in. Oh, I'm close to my shift. I want to leave. Whatever. I should have reported this. You should have reported to that guy. I should have reported this guy. Right there. The minute he started, I said, "You know what? What's your officer so and so badge number? Blah blah blah." Okay, you know what? You know what? You know, you're gonna hear from me again. That's what I would have told him. That's it. I would have given him one of those complaints. Because if they have some X amount of complaints, they get some kind of I don't know. I'm not a police officer. I don't know. I know my friend of mine is a police officer. I know because if there's a website you can look that up for New York City ones, and they tell you all the complaints they had. And what they have in New York City is called a CCRB, Civilian Complaint Review Board, something like that. You can call a number for that 311, and they put you on through. You can do it by phone. Actually, Jim's ready to check. I got an idea from a house about starting an HOA that specializes in people. Yeah, right. HOA, antenna friendly neighborhood. Yeah, they should make a HOA. They should make a community just for antenna friendly people. HOA, everything else you can't do except have antennas. You gotta have. So in other words, you gotta have a radio. Oh yeah. Do you have rent relief on an HOA place if, for example, you lose your job and here in the UK they have a system like that? I don't know. Well, I think it's just I don't think so because it's the mortgage. If you're paying a mortgage, the bank doesn't care whether even a pandemic. They don't care. There's a pandemic. If you collect unemployment, you better make your mortgage payments. They didn't suspend mortgage payments. They suspended evictions. That's what they did, so they can delay people not paying rent because that happened. That almost happened to me, but he was gone. The tenant was gone. But it happened to my neighbor. He had a tenant in the apartment Of course, they were low life. They were low life. These were low life people that were in the apartment. They were. I had it out with them, like verbally. I even called the police on them. And they were living there for another almost a year. They didn't pay rent. And I told the owner, I said, "What's going on with this tenant? Why they keep messing with my house? Why they keep?" He said, "I'm sorry. I apologize." He said, "I have to wait till this day because right now there's a moratorium. I cannot, evict them. But I already have the court date." He told me. And once he told me he had the court date, I said, I knew they were gone. But over here, they had that, especially in this state. They had a moratorium that you couldn't evict anybody during the pandemic, no matter what. It had to be something really egregious. Okay, add in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. So we at the 4-hour mark right now. And wow, 4 hours today. I'm telling you, man, my money's worth today. 4 hours in the books. 13 people watching, 21 likes. Thank you for watching. And I'm in the past third hour. We talk about anything goes. So, but if you have any radio related questions or topic, you can still chime in. Yeah. So let me go down here. Yeah, so they don't have no rent relief here. Over here, what they had that moratorium, which was really messed up a lot of homeowners. Yeah, I mean over here, if you do get unemployment, there's unemployment insurance. They call it unemployment insurance. What you do is when you have a job over here, they take out unemployment. There's taxes, and that goes to unemployment. And then when you lose your job, you're allowed to collect up to 26 weeks. Although during the pandemic, they extended it to like 59 weeks. Over here in New York State, was up to 59 weeks. Because that's what happened to me. I got for 59 weeks. Because I lost the job and the pandemic. And then the company that I was working for, even though I was an independent contractor, the company shut down for the pandemic. They shut down. So basically, I was out of a job. So I was able to collect too. So it was extended, and which was okay. Yeah, why not? Landy, I was there. I was there a couple of weeks ago. I was there for 2 nights. I was staying at the Great Wolf Lodge. Yeah, I went there. I did the boat ride. I went to Wisconsin Dells. I did the boat ride. Of course, I had fun. It was okay. It was nice. The weather cooperated. It was nice. Jim's Radio Check got a roll to my wife's birthday party. A happy birthday to your wife, Jim, and take care. And I'll see you next week. Remember, DXer, dark hours tend to do favor lower frequency, which is why medium wave really picks up at night. Yeah. TV Radio 972, 740 is a Huntington. Yes, it is. It's 25 kilowatt. Okay. And only 43 watts at night. Okay, wow. So it goes from 25 kW to 43 watts. Yeah, so because I know Sumo Radio overpowers it at night. I mean, blankets it. It's not even try again. I'm gonna try again one more time with Panama, and I'm done with he's busy. I guess everybody wants to contact him now. Keegan is a 740 here in KRMG, Tulsa, Oklahoma, which is simulcast with FM 102.3 KRMG, Sand Spring, Oklahoma. Okay. Also heard on KTRH, Houston, and CFZM, Toronto, on the KRMG, Tulsa. 740 at night, late afternoon, earliest winter. Okay. Keegan is, I heard of WhatsApp mentioned on Mexican FM station. Yeah. Yeah, WhatsApp is universal. A lot of people outside WhatsApp is more popular outside of the United States. So that's why I decided to get WhatsApp, because I do have a large part that is from, when I look at my demographics, United States makes up, I don't want to go into it now, but I have a lot from Europe, UK, of course, England, UK, Germany. But I'm also, like, for example, on Getter, I have a lot of Chinese. Filipinos. I have tag.com, which I don't use anymore, but I still have the account. When I used to use that app, there's a game that I used, I still have the account. When I went in that app, because it was online games, a lot of Filipinos were there. A lot of Filipinos, a lot of Asian. Uh, Same thing with High Five. There's another one called highfive.com. That's another social network that I still have the account. A lot of them was Filipino. So a lot of them, they use WhatsApp. So that's popular outside the United States a lot. And it's big. If you look at there's a website where you can see all the top social media. They're up there. They're like top 10. They have a lot of users for WhatsApp. A lot of users. And then there's a couple of other ones, but those are Chinese only. Like they have one called WeChat. There's another one called WeChat. That's from China. That one is pretty big too. It's run by Tencent. There's a company called Tencent. And they run a lot of those sites. Tencent. So WeChat is pretty big too. It's really big, Remember, China is a big country. It's like over 2 billion now population. There's a lot of untapped potential there. My channel may not get a lot of American viewers, but I got Chinese viewers. I got other countries that watch this channel. Yeah. So maybe caption it, closed caption in Chinese. So like my Twitter right now, I'm getting a lot of Japan Twitter requests. I get some Japan ones. I get also. I think also because of QRZ. When they make contact, they look up when they see my QRZ account, they see my link to this channel. So they come here. And yeah. So thank you, my Radio DX, for the early happy birthday. Thank you, Landy. Oh, you're gonna send me a happy birthday message on WhatsApp on Tuesday? Cool. Oh, that'll be cool. Bobby, thank you for the happy birthday. Keegan, thank you for the happy birthday. Yeah. Meredith, it could be worse. Look at us in Brexit. I did not vote, but I know a lot of people want to go back to the EU. Yeah, I know. And you do what you can. For example, I know people say, "Why even bother voting in New York?" When the majority, when there's a 10-to-1 ratio, I say, you know what? I'm still gonna vote for what I want to vote for, even if nobody else votes for it. I'm still gonna vote for what I vote for. You never know, right? People might actually vote for the other. Like if I don't vote, I gotta live with that. You see what I'm saying? That's why I vote no matter what. Because at the end of the day, I'm not gonna complain about why they're here now. When I see those videos on YouTube, people go, I don't want them in my backyard. Well, you know what? You voted for it. So don't complain about it now. You know when it matters is when you go vote. When you go vote, that's when it matters. Complaining about it now is too late. Vote talk about it when it counts. Go vote. But a lot of people, they have that habit. They're gonna go up to the ballot and they're gonna be shaking their hands and they're gonna be like, oh my God, I have to vote for, oh my God, no. And they wind up voting for what makes them feel better. It feels good to vote for mine because I don't want to vote for that nasty guy, whatever, And that's what happens. And I tell people, stop voting with your feelings. Vote for common sense vote. People vote for their feelings. That's what happens. Look at the mayor of New York City. I knew he was going to be. I knew that guy was going to be a mess. But they didn't want to vote for Curtis Lewa because he wears a red beret, he wears a red jacket, he doesn't wear a suit, he doesn't wear a $5,000 suit. But they didn't want to vote for him. And now you get what you voted for. You see what I'm saying? They get what they voted. When everybody knew, I knew that guy was going to be, a slacker. Mayor Slacker. Yeah, they're doing the same in the UK. Yeah. hamradio DX. Okay, HOA works differently here than. Yeah. No. Well, HOA is most likely you're paying a mortgage. Homeowner association, you're paying a mortgage. Actually, with HOA, you're probably paying some kind of fee. I know my sister-in-law, when she lived in Florida, the husband was, the husband wasn't living with her at the time. Somebody had to cut that grass. She couldn't do it. She said, I don't want to cut the grass. Well, you know what? You're going to pay somebody to do it, or we're going to get somebody to cut the grass, and we're going to send you the bill. That's what they did with her. Have I lived there? I'll cut my own grass. You don't need somebody. I do my own, I don't mind. But if you can't cut say you're elder, you're older, you're disabled, I get it. You can't cut the grass. Doesn't matter. They're going to send somebody to cut the grass. They're going to have somebody out there on a particular day. These people are coming over to cut the grass, so don't freak out. And you're going to pay for it. That's the way it works. That's what happened to her. She couldn't cut the grass. HOA sent somebody to cut her grass, and she gets the bill. Because just because you can't cut the grass doesn't mean you're not going to be able to cut it. You better get somebody to cut it for you. Okay? Because you signed that agreement when you go to HOA. You want to live in a nice community where everybody is, manicured grass and everything's all uniform. And you don't have people over here barbecuing 24/7. And you don't have people over here drinking and passing out in front of your house. You signed up for that. Well, guess what? You're going to keep your end of the bargain. It means you better cut your grass. Make sure your house is clean. Make sure you don't have no crazy stuff in your house. That's it. That's the way it goes. Yeah, people say, oh, but that's, I have the right to do whatever. Yeah, you can do, you have the right to do whatever you want, but not in that neighborhood. I get that argument here when the guy parks in front of my driveway. Oh, it's a free country. No, it's not a free country. People gave their lives up for this country. Stop using that word free. It's not a free country. It's not free to do whatever the hell you want. No. People gave up their life for this. The life that you live here now. Appreciate it. Be a good neighbor. Move along. Okay? It doesn't give you the right to walk into a movie theater and yell fire. Okay? I hate that argument when it says a free country. I can do what I want in front of your sidewalk. No. You can't do that. I mean, technically you can until I knock you the fuck out. And then I want to go to jail. Or I have to call the police on you. Or something. Because there's going to be a consequence. That's, a lot of people, what happens is they went through life without any type of consequence. Mommy and daddy, or daddy and daddy did not punish you when you did wrong. That's what happens to these people. Just like the oil people, just say no to oil, and they block the middle of the roadway, or they defacing art thing. I guarantee you, when that person was a child, that person was not disciplined. And they go around defacing art, or defacing office space, or blocking somebody's roadway when that person has to go to work, or God forbid they're in an ambulance and they need help, medical attention, and these idiots are blocking the roadway. That's the type of kids you don't want to raise. You don't want to raise people like that. Those are the people that they're going to wind up like that. We need electric vehicles for everything. No, you don't. You don't need electric vehicles for everything. I'm sorry. I'm skeptical now riding on an electric bus because of what happened. Electric buses. I seen videos of electric buses literally exploded. I saw one the other day. It was from France. It was some transit system in France. I don't know what is it called. It's a bus. The bus pulled up. And the minute it pulled up, I guess they're lucky nobody was on the bus. It was just the operator, bus operator. He ran out the bus right away. The thing started smoking. I guess he saw the temperature. I guess he already had the memo that these buses can go. Bus literally, within minutes, consuming flames because of the battery. Because of the battery. Electric bus, a public transportation bus, in flames. Okay, and they want to push this on everybody. You know, I'm serious. Imagine people were on that bus. Imagine people were on that bus. They didn't have time to get out of that bus. If that bus would have been packed, the way they showed that the video, that bus within a minute it was already in flames. Within a minute, it was in flames. It was engulfed in a minute. And these people want to push this nonsense. It's insane. Okay, bus literally engulfed in flames in about a minute. The bus driver pulled up, he pulled in the curb. He ran out that bus. He ran out the bus so fast. And the bus, you see smoke on suddenly the bottom of the bus where the batteries at, all over the bus. It was engulfed. And they try to push this. Yeah, you know, like, and that you know, they made a joke about it the other day. That I think the company that makes the top bus company, electric bus company, went out of business. They filed for Chapter 11. Because of that, there was too many buses that were oh, sorry, no more of that. Okay, CQ. Sorry. Yeah, no more of him. Forget about Mr. Panameño. Yeah, a bus went in flames. Holy moly. Scary. That's scary. That's scary, yo. Yeah. So thank you, Michael. And yeah, good grief. 4 hours. Yeah. I'm on every Saturday. So you know what? Make it count. I gotta make it count. Yeah. I don't see any. Oh, I see one. But he can't, yeah. Yeah, now I'm reaching Japan now. Let me see. Let me check. Oh, let me open up my PSK. Let me close. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I have all these windows. Okay, okay, right here. Let me go to yeah. Okay, I see. Yeah. And New Zealand. I got heard in New Zealand. What? Oh, you gotta see this. I didn't know that. All the way down to Antarctica. You want to see? Look at this. Let me back up. Let me back up. So 89 minutes ago, my signal was heard down here. Somewhere in Antarctica. Wow. Wow. Yeah, it's still active right now. It's just that there's not a contact that I can, you know. I see Japanese. I see, yeah. So I got heard. Let me see. Let me go on there. 90 minutes ago. Yeah. Oh yeah. So this, yeah, the expedition, right? Okay. Yeah, I got to be something because it's off the coast of Antarctica. Excuse me. Blah, blah, blah. Let me see. Yeah, nothing. It's just yeah. So it's got to be a boat. Mama, let me look at the call sign. I'm gonna look up the call sign. What's that? Call sign. Call sign. Give me a minute. Oh, no, put it over here. Okay, let me look up the call sign. Sorry. I should just copy and paste it. What the? Oh, come on. KB3. I can't remember. I can't. I wish I could just highlight and copy it. Okay, let me see. Okay. Okay, just if I forget it, KB3S. Right? And let's see, what is that? Colorado. Okay, so that's nothing. Okay. So it's probably on a boat. Some kind of expedition. Yeah, so the call sign, yeah, Kilo Bravo 3 Sierra Charlie November. Yeah. Okay. That's pretty cool. Yeah, so New Zealand was New Zealand. Yes, I always get that I always get the same guy. I'm trying to I've been trying to contact him for a long time, but anyway, it's a receiving a mini whip. He has a mini whip. So the one for New Zealand, one of them has a mini whip, and then this one has a same. It's the same. Okay, so the same person in New Zealand has a mini whip. So he received my, and he's using the JTDX, and then this one WSJTX. Okay, so you just hearing my signal, man. I didn't know it was that long. I could have, because sometimes what I do, it happened to me. Even though I didn't see him here, I usually get his call sign. I show you. I show you what I done. He heard me there, right? But and he might just be listening. That's another thing. Just a listener, not but the call sign is there, so you got to be. Of course, a call sign. What am I saying? Anyway, so what I do sometimes, I get that call sign, and I don't know, agree with me or disagree with me. I don't know. I had done that, and it worked one time. It was in Japan. What I do is I get that call sign, I put it in here. DS call. I also get the grid. So in that case, let me go back over here. Where's the grid? Where's the grid? Right there. See the location? Oh no, but that's gonna be his location for the calls. I know. Anyway, I put that in there. I put that right. Put it in there. And then I make the call. I make the call. What the hell is I'm all over the. Sorry about that. I'm not looking at the screen. That's fine. It's not the best camera. Anyway, I done that before where I put. Okay, I'm standing up here and oh my god, why is this thing so freaking bright or something? I think it's because I'm standing and the lighting. But I had done that. I took in that call, so I put it in here and Diggs call, and I made the call. See, I need to. Anyway, let me halt that for a minute. Sorry. Let me halt that for a minute. My bad. Okay. But I had taken that call sign and put it there and then contacted, and I got through. I actually made a contact in Japan that way. And what's this? This is Hawaii, right? That's Hawaii. Yeah, that's Hawaii. Okay, so I just got hurt in Hawaii. All right, but so I done like that. It was a Japanese contact. I got it like that. Yeah, I know. I thought about that too. You know, it could have been that too. But this one, it happened to me a couple of times. One time was in Australia. The guy here, you know, it was happening every day in Australia. The same guy. So I put his call sign. I don't think I made the call. He heard me. He sent me a message through my antenna. Transmits better than it receives. That's the problem with my antenna. Because what happened was the guy from Australia. Let me explain how. I'm going to explain this now. Okay, like this one. This one hears me, right? But if I try to call him, if he tries to call me back, I won't be able to hear him. You see what I'm saying? He can hear me, but I won't be able to hear him. Does that make sense? And that's what happened. I got hurt all the way in China. But if they try to say my antenna, receiving wise, is not as resident. Transmitting it does a lot better transmitting than receiving. That's what I mean to say. Because the one from Australia, he messaged me through Grid Tracker. He sent me a text. Because Grid Tracker, you can send messages. You get messages. It comes up. You know, message came up. I went through the. I have to go through this thing one day, show you. But you know, there's a messaging system in here. And the guy sent me a message. He sent me a message. Yeah, maybe the noise floor, maybe receiving, maybe that too. Receiving wise, the noise floor might be. But that's what happened. So the guy messaged me, "Hey, I can hear you. I sent you like He said, I sent you, I replied like 3 or 4 times already. You didn't reply back. You know, he said, I can hear you, but you can't hear me. You're not acknowledging me. So I know that the receiving portion, I'm not getting. So I'm gonna have to figure out a way to do that with the. So 20 watts, I'm getting out with 20 watts is receiving. I need to work that out. How can I make this antenna more? Yeah, I know. I saw that too. But you know, and in terms of the Australian guy that I was telling you about, he was the guy was you know, and he told me he messaged me on Grid Tracker right away. He said, I can hear you, and I'm acknowledging you, but yeah, I know happy to Jills too, and I mentioned that in the chat. I mentioned that, but you're not hearing me. You cannot hear me. You're not acknowledging me. So I need to figure out how to, you know, because you know that I would have had that. I would have had, of course. I still to this day have not an Australian contact yet because of that. That's a problem with me with Australia. I'm not getting, you know. Of course, it could also, you know, this radio is maybe. The one thing about the G90 I noticed is not the best receiver. It's a good radio to try, but receiving wise, I noticed it's not the because even on listening, just listening with the G90 is not the best receiver. It's good, but it's not top notch compared to my other receivers. No, it's not. Even on medium wave, it's not the best. So I think that when I get the 7300, I think boom boom plus 1,000 plus 100 watts. But I think when I get the 7300, I'll make contact easily. I think the receiver, of course, on the 7300 is a lot better than this one, the G90. I think that's what it is. My antenna is resonant already. I think it's just the receiver on the G90. So yeah, so I think definitely, I think the receiver on the G90 is not as sensitive, and therefore that's why I cannot make the contact with Australia. I was heard in Thailand. I was heard in China. I was heard in Mongolia. Of course, Russia, Asiatic Russia, which is Sakhalin Island and all. I was heard there too. It's just receiving back to me. He's not making it. It's not making it. So I think it's that. I think is when I get a better radio with a better receiver, I'm gonna get them. I'm gonna get them. I'll get them because my antenna is just good, man. The way I have it set up, it's working. You see, it's working. It's working. Right now, 7:28 p.m. and Hawaii, Bamo, right there, Hawaii. That would have been a state for me. That's a state, and come on, I can use that contact right now. Come on. Of course, Japan, I make contacts with Japan. I make contact with Japan with 7 watts. 7 watts. 7 watts. Okay, that's the QSL right there. Excuse me, sorry. 7 watts. That guy right there. Okay. Hey, Sanjay, I'll be done in a few. Okay. You need anything? Huh? No. Oh, okay. Let me know if you need anything. Okay. I need to try that too, Paul. The JT alert. I heard about it. I installed it on it, but I need to figure out how to, I heard that too. But I think when I 2 things. One, when I get my general and I get the 7300, and I'll be okay. But definitely that and on 10 meters, I noticed that I'm being heard. It's just my receiver is not. It has to be the receiving thing. Yeah, it's like frustrating in a way, but it's a good thing because, like I said, my RSPdx, right, 10 watts. I'm doing it with 20 watts. And I'm happy. I'm happy with the performance. I'm not disappointed. I'm happy. I'm very. I have a lot. I have a lot more to look for. Oh, he's back. Oh, I'm gonna try it again. He's still okay. He's back. Panama is back. Panama. That's this guy. Let me see. Let me see. Is this guy? No, that's another Panama. Let me zoom in there. Let me see. There's two Panamanians going on. No, that's another one. There's three of them. Oh, it's three of them. Okay, I got to zoom all the way in there. Okay, that's it. I had to zoom all the way down to Panama. So it's three of them. So I'm trying to, I see him. I'm trying to contact this one. So there's three of them in Panama. And you can see the gray line right there. Wow. I need that, man. I don't have a Panama. I don't have a Panamanian contact. I'm zooming out now. Yeah, he's not. It's the same thing. I think he can hear me. Now he can hear me. So I can see you now. So you can hear me. That means come on. All right, now it's like this time of Asia. Yeah, Asian Pacific. Exactly. Yeah. Anyway, so I was zooming not too far out. But yeah, anyway, that's pretty cool. Yeah, so you see, that's fun. It's fun. I know my Ready Dex is having fun with this too. And all right, so let me read a couple of things. I think that's it, right? Yeah. So 9 people watching. I've been on 4 hours and 30 minutes. Anybody went to Jill's chat? I don't know. He had a Zoom meeting today, right? A Zoom meeting type thing for the donators. Anybody that donated? Let me put this back over here. Anyway, I'll find out about it when he's on live again. I'm gonna be in the chat. He'll talk about it. I'm sure he'll talk about it. Yeah. Yeah, I know it's late. I'm gonna say I'm gonna hang up too. I'm gonna say goodnight to everybody. So thank you, my Radio DXer. Thank you, Paul. Thank you, Keegan DXer. Thank you, everybody. Let me just read the names. I want to read the names because you guys are so awesome. You guys are so awesome. Bobby, Michael, T Radio 1972, Radio Waves, thank you. Radio ID scans and other, thank you for being here. Landy, thank you. Jim's Radio Check, thank you. Elmer Time, thank you. Let me go down. James Farley, thank you very much. Let me see who else. I want to thank everybody. I'll be on next Saturday at 3 p.m. Eastern. You guys are the best. I got the best chat. Greatest minds here. A lot of radio knowledge right here in this chat. Richard Wagner, thank you for stopping by. I'm going to shout everybody out today. You guys are my son, Sanjay, Mario Maker, thank you. I love you. Thank you, bro. Thank you, son. But why are you calling you bro? You're my son. Calling you bro. You're my son. You're my son, man. You're my son. Sid, thank you. Dwayne Trivet, thank you. Glenn Dassler, thank you. Daniel Mark LeBlanc, thank you. And I hope you stay safe out there, and this thing's gonna pass by, and hopefully no damage. I know the storm. We hate storms. Hopefully it'll be better. James Farley, thank you. Autism Radio. And road to 100 subs. You're gonna get 100 subs, bro. Let me see where you at. I'm gonna tell you right now. Can I go to your channel? Let me click on it. I'm going. What the hell? I'm gonna search you right now, bro. Let me see. You need help? Let me see. I'm gonna help you out right now, bro. I know you're late here to the chat, but let's see. Let me go on YouTube. Let me stop my channel. I'm gonna search you right now. Okay. Autism. Videos. Hopefully I can find you in the search. Nah, I'll do it after the live stream, but I'm gonna try to type the name the way I see it there, so I could just search it. Go to 100 subs. Let me see if I can find you. Right here, 34 subscribers. You know what? I subscribed to your channel. You got 35 now. There you go. I'm number 35. Okay, I got you. And I'm gonna sign up. My son's gonna sign up there too. Gonna have a couple of subscribers. But I have a couple of more by the end of the night. You're welcome, bro. Thank you for stopping by. I know it's late now, but I have to sign off. But anyway, you're gonna get your 100. I'm gonna next week. I'm gonna tell people sign up to you. Anyway, right now, you know what? I'm gonna put the link in the. I'm gonna put the link right now. Sign up for his channel. Let's get him. You know what? I want you. You're gonna get you to 100. Autism Radio. I know you've been on Jill's chat. I know you had the channel and you took it down for whatever reason, but you know what? Don't take it down again. Just keep your channel. Haters are gonna hate. That's it. Don't worry about that. You just do your thing, and that's it. Hopefully, everybody, the link is gonna be there, and I'm gonna put it in the description. I'm gonna put your link in the description, and ask people to sign up for your channel. Help a brother out. Help him out. Okay, and you got 83 videos. That's good. You got 83 videos up. That's good. All right. So don't delete your channel. Don't do anything like that. Just say, you're welcome. Everybody, PT Radio is signed up. So right now you got 30. Let me see. I'm gonna refresh it. Let's see what you got right now. You got 30. Let's see. 36. So you got a few more right now. You got 36 now. Good. We're gonna get you there. We're gonna get you to 100. All right. I'm gonna put, and after the video's over, I'm gonna edit it. I'm gonna put your link in my description. I want people to sign up. Autism Radio roll to 100 subs. All right. So thank you everybody for watching. I'm gonna sign off now. Everybody have a good night. Enjoy your weekend. I'll see you next week, Saturday. If you want to check out my other channels on my channel list, I have a retro gaming channel. I'm gonna be on that one during the week. If you like retro gaming, go stop by there and you sub to my other channels too, and I'll sub you back or whatever. I'll see you. Take care. Good night. Love you all.